Good morning. This school board operational meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Ms. Korn will now introduce her school to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Ms. Korn.
Good morning. This morning I would like to introduce our principal, Mr. Mark Charpentier, and the students of our Sunset Lakes Elementary School who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. If we can all please stand.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Thank you for the wonderful introduction and invitation. Our school is very excited to be participating in this. As you know, we are Sunset Lakes Elementary, the best in the West. So honorable board members and Superintendent Runcie and guests, please join us. Our very special and very amazing Student Senate will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Stand up. Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Remember slow. Stay standing.
Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose bright stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets served them the bombs bursting in gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
That was fantastic, boys and girls. Thank you all very much for doing this for us and opening up our meeting this morning. Have a fantastic day.
Thank you, Ms. Korn, and thank you to the students. In order for the meeting to operate within an appropriate professional environment, at this time it is respectfully requested that all cell phones and other electronic devices be either turned off or put into the silence mode. This morning, unfortunately, as a district, we have a number of moments of silence, so I've asked my colleagues to each take the opportunity to provide information, and we will have a collective moment of silence for all those that we have lost. Dr. Osgood has requested a moment of silence for a Wingate Oates student and a Dillard Elementary School staff member. Dr. Osgood?
Yes, if you would join me in observing the moment of silence for Brandon Nevis, who was a 17-year-old male student at Wingate Oates that passed away unexpectedly in his sleep a couple of weeks ago. And also one of our longtime serving ESPs, Katrina Blanks, whose funeral was held on this Saturday. We want to observe a moment of silence for her as well.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Mrs. Aladeff has requested a moment of silence for a Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School retiree who at this time was working in our driver's education department. In addition, Mrs. Aladeff has requested a moment of silence for two Coral Glades High School students, a Marjorie Stoneman High School graduate, and a current student at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. Mrs. Alhadeff?
Mike Benanti. The following students passed away and will be deeply missed: Kendall Williams, Brianna Free Baker, Sydney Aiello, Calvin Dessier. Could we please have a moment of silence for them?
Thank you, Mrs. Alhadeff. Mrs. Murray has requested a moment of silence for a Driftwood Middle School teacher and a former employee. Mrs. Murray?
Yes, thank you. Please join me in a moment of reflection of memory of our sixth grade teacher at Driftwood Middle, Miss Donna Marsh. Donna was employed by the district since 1997, and she also taught at Sea Castle Elementary. She was simply a kind and loving person to be around. Donna passed away far too young at the age of 48. Please join me in a moment of silence.
Thank you, Mrs. Murray.
Okay, I have one more.
I'm sorry.
Please join me in the reflection of a memory of retired employee Dr. Catherine Blasek. After over more than 30 years overseeing research, evaluation, and accountability in the district as an associate superintendent, Dr. Blasek continued her work that focused on understanding the impact of college and career readiness for students. Her life always included giving back to others, much like the inspiration she received from her high school pre-calculator teacher that led her to do the work she so loved. Please join me in a moment of silence also. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. Ms. Korn?
Thank you very much. I would like to ask for a moment of silence for Chanel Dozier. She was a beloved colleague who worked in multiple district departments through her 33-year career with Broward County Public Schools. She's always had a smile on her face and a willingness to help others. She'll be greatly missed by her innovative learning family and the numerous others throughout the district.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. And I would like to request a moment of silence for Simon Ruse, an 8th grade student at Rickards Middle and a former student at North Andrews Gardens Elementary. He was a remarkable young man who was mature beyond his years. He was kind and courteous, and he always ensured that he provided his teachers and staff with the proper greeting every single day. His respectful attitude goes back to his elementary school years, where his teachers remembered him with great love. He enjoyed video games and was looking forward to years at Northeast High School, where he was to join his cousins. Simon will be missed, and as a community, Rickards Middle School will celebrate his life. I would also like to request a moment of silence for Elvis Innocent, a Fort Lauderdale High School student. Elvis was hardly someone you could forget. His sense of humor, care for his loved ones, and genuine personality were memorable traits that made him so enjoyable to be around. He was on the JV football team and also part of Mentoring Tomorrow's Leaders Club. Elvis understood the importance of school and was working hard toward both academic progress and personal growth. It was his dream to attend FSU after high school and hopes to play football. Elvis was a kid of full potential, and this sweet young man had only the best of intentions. He will continue to be remembered in all of our hearts, and I ask you to keep the communities of both Rickards Middle School and Fort Lauderdale High School and all of the school communities and families mentioned here today in your thoughts and prayers. We'll take a moment of silence, please. Thank you. May the chair have a motion and a second to approve the minutes for the following meeting, February 20th, 2019, regular school board meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Is there any discussion? All in favor of approving the minutes as listed, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The minutes are approved. Mr. Runcie, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have the following proposed changes to the agenda. For minutes, the February 20th, 2019 regular school board meeting has been added. For school board items, G4, personal recommendations for non-instructional separation of employment and discipline for the 2018-2019 school year, revised. E2, supplier diversity outreach program report as of February 28, 2019, revised. EE5, recommendation of $500,000 or greater, community health provider services, revised. JJ2, construction bid recommendation of $500,000 or greater, for Silver Ridge Elementary School in Davie with Lego construction, smart program renovations, revised. JJ4, construction bid recommendation for Northside Elementary School in Fort Lauderdale. OAC Action Construction Corporation as part of smart program renovations. JJ6, approved funding for relocation of off-campus learning center to Pioneer Middle School portable site added. JJ7, approved funding for relocation of ESOL department to International Welcome Center at Pines Lake Elementary School, added item. And JJ8, approved funding for relocation of Community School South to Charles Flanagan High School portable site, is added item. Madam Chair, we have no further proposed changes to the agenda.
The changes to the agenda proposed by the superintendent are accepted by the chair after being determined that good cause has been established for said changes. May the chair have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. All in favor of closing the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The agenda is now closed. The school board will consider agenda items in the following order. The school board will first identify any consent items, single-letter items on the agenda that will be pulled for separate discussion. All remaining consent items that were not pulled for separate discussion will then be approved by consent. The school board will next consider G3, followed by any other G items that were pulled from the agenda for discussion. After the G items are considered, the school board will proceed in accordance with the agenda's lettering system. The school board will consider any consent items, single-letter items, pulled for discussion for a given letter, and then consider any open items, double-letter items, for the same letter. The meeting agenda has been modified to correspond to this order. The next item of business is the consent agenda. This is the time that board members advise the chair of those items they wish to address. Subsequent to this, the chair will ask if any members of the public would like to have an item pulled which has not already been pulled by a board member. All those items not pulled for separate consideration will then be approved under the consent agenda. For the following consent items, are there any board members that would like to discuss any E items? G3 is automatically pulled. Are there any other G items a board member would like to discuss? Ms. Bartleman? Ms. Rupert?
G1.
You would need to use your microphone.
I didn't receive the revision to G4 unless it's on here. We received the email from Matt Decker. Is that the revision?
Yes, it is.
So it's taken off?
Could you please use your microphone, Mr. Renzi?
Yeah, so the revision to J4 was...
G.
I'm sorry, G4 was related to some correspondence I was able to review
Perfect.
late last night. So I made a modification so I could have time to review it with staff and determine if we bring it back or not.
Okay, so then I don't need G4.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. And just for my colleagues, Mr. Runcie did call me this morning to let me know that he was going to be pulling that item, and I did tell him that that would be okay, given the circumstances, and that I would accept those changes as chair. Any other G items? So I only have Ms. Rupert with the G1, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I items? Ms. Rupert?
I1 and I2?
J items?
Single, right?
Single letters only, yeah. K items? L items? Okay.
We have an L.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Rupert.
Yeah, and it's a positive comment, so.
Which one?
L3,
L3.
just.
Okay. Any additional single-letter items from my colleagues? Is there anyone from the audience who would like to speak to an item that has not already been requested for discussion? A single-letter item, please.
Hello, Terry Lopez Preuss. I am the Vice President of the Broward Teachers Union. I just want to make sure, because again, as Robin Bartleman mentioned on G4, and I know Superintendent Runzie said that there were some discussions on that item. I have a specific name that I need to know whether or not that name was. Am I getting a verification that was pulled or changed, modified? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Any additional audience member looking to pull a single-letter item for separate discussion not already pulled by a board member? Ms. Preuss, can you just check with Mr. Moquin to verify that the person you're referring to is the person that was in fact revised? Thank you, Ms. Good. Thank you. At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled for discussion? Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Korn. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. At this time, will board members please identify any open items that you will be asking questions of staff? This will better manage staff's time by letting them know which items that are open we intend to address. Any CC items? DD items? Yes, Ms. Korn?
DD4, please.
DD4 for Ms. Korn. EE items? Yes, Mrs. Aladeff?
EE5.
EE5 for Mrs. Aladeff. Ms. Korn?
EE5 also, please.
EE5 for Ms. Korn. Ms. Rupert?
EE3, please.
EE3 for Ms. Rupert. Any additional EE items? FF items? JJ items? Ms. Rupert?
JJ 1, 6, 7, and 8.
Ms. Korn?
JJ2, please.
Ms. Bartleman?
JJ 6, JJ 7, JJ 8.
Mrs. Aladeff?
JJ2, JJ4, JJ6, JJ7, JJ8.
Anyone else? Sure, I will. And I also would like to have a question on JJ1, 6, 7, and 8. So I have on JJ1, Ms. Rupert, Ms. Brinkworth, JJ2, Ms. Korn, Mrs. Aladeff, JJ3, no one pulled, JJ4, Mrs. Aladeff, JJ5, no one indicated they wanted to speak, JJ6, Bartleman, Rupert, Brinkworth, Aladeff, JJ7, the same, Bartleman, Rupert, Brinkworth, Aladeff, and JJ8, the same, Bartleman, Rupert, Brinkworth, Aladeff. Did I miss anyone? Okay. And LL items. Yes, Ms. Bartleman?
LL1.
LL1 for Ms. Bartleman. Anyone else for LL items? Okay. Yes, Ms. Good?
And I just, since we had a planning session on this one, I just want to thank staff for the follow-up regarding the questions that were asked during that session. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Huge thank you to staff for all the follow-ups after the agenda planning session. May the chair have a motion and a second to consider G3?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on G3? Colleague input on G3? All in favor of item G3 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item G3 passes unanimously. Chair would like to take a moment to recognize new staff appointments.
Oh, that's me. Sorry. I'm missing my, thank you. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate and welcome Justin Forrest as our new Human Resources Administrator 1.
It is my pleasure to announce Jamel Calvin Samuels as a licensed practical nurse, school health at A.C. Perry Elementary K through 8. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Congratulations on your new appointments, and if you would like to head to your new position, this is the point in the meeting that it is appropriate. Thank you all. Ms. Rupert, really quickly, is your G1?
Detailed, I mean, it's going to take a half a second.
Okay. May the chair have a motion and a second on item G1?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on item G1? Seeing none, Ms. Rupert?
Yes, my name is on this for my leave on page 4. So I would like to, my options are to separate and/or recuse myself in the whole thing. Is that right, Ms. Myrick? Okay. So I just want to let you know I will not be voting for this item because my name is on there, and I've already got the appropriate paperwork.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Ms. Rupert has indicated that she's going to be abstaining from the vote on item G1 because her name is indicated.
Separate her name.
Separate her name. I'll second it.
Okay, it has been moved by Ms. Good to separate Ms. Rupert's name from the item G1. It has been seconded by Ms. Bartleman. All in favor of separating Ms. Rupert's name from the item G1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Ms. Rupert's name has been separated from the main item of G1, so let's first take a vote on the separated name. All those in favor of approving item G1 with just the name of Nora Rupert indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item G1 with just the name of Nora Rupert passes unanimously. Now to the, with one abstention, thank you, Ms. Good. And now to the main item as amended. All those, oh, do I need to take audience input? I forgot about that. Audience input on separating out G1, the name of Nora Rupert. Seeing none, thank you. All those in favor of item G1 with the exception of the name Nora Rupert, which has already been voted on, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item G1 passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you.
Now we will hear committee reports. Committee reports may have up to 5 minutes each. Are there any reports? And if so, please identify yourself and the committee you represent. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Jackie Luscombe. I'm Chair of ESE Advisory Council. First of all, I want to mention the good news, which is that we're soon to be launching a subcommittee on EBD, emotional behaviour disorders, which we feel will be plugging an important gap in our parent community. It's Autism Awareness Month, and in the spirit of that, I wanted to bring to you a motion that we approved at our most recent Advisory Council meeting, which centres on a concern about registered behaviour technicians, which are shortened to RBTs, and their current inability to operate in Broward schools. This is affecting a number of parents of students with autism. A registered behaviour tech is a paraprofessional who practices under close ongoing supervision of, there's lots of acronyms here, of a BCBA, a board certified behaviour analyst. The RBT is primarily responsible for implementing applied behavioural analysis therapy. They provide behavioural interventions in home, community and school settings, and they use ABA interventions to teach communication, social and daily living skills and reduce problematic behaviours, helping children to build and improve upon their communication, social interaction and problem-solving skills. Applied behaviour analysis is particularly prominent in treating autism or supporting children with autism, and it's one of the only scientifically valid therapies available for them. There is a whole certification process which requires a minimum of high school diploma or national equivalent, 40 hours training, background check, passing a competency assessment and exam, ongoing certification, and complying with a nationally prescribed ethics code. At stake here is an issue that has been raised by Florida's Senate Bill 1108, which was enacted in 2013. This was legislation that was intended to promote collaboration between public and private instructional personnel, while aiming to give schools a sense of security that practitioners coming onto campus to work with students have the appropriate training and certification. Registered behaviour techs did not exist at the time that this legislation was enacted. Registered behaviour tech certification only came into being in 2016. As a result, Broward is among school districts that have interpreted that RBTs do not meet the certification criteria of Senate Bill 1108 and therefore will not permit them to operate in district schools. We feel this disadvantages parents and students and goes against the spirit and purpose of that Senate bill, which was to bring forth exactly this kind of collaboration between school and home for the good of the student. And indeed, for a while, registered behaviour techs were allowed in Broward schools before they kind of weren't, before this interpretation was made. It's affecting a number of students. I can tell you with some testimony from a couple of parents, one who tells us the epidemic of autism requires more than just awareness. It requires early, intensive intervention across settings, including in the classroom. No one would take away physical therapy from someone with a physical disability or make it difficult for a kid with speech delay to receive speech therapy. RBTs are a necessary instrument to help kids with behavioural disabilities. There must be a reason that paediatricians and neurologists prescribe it and that insurance companies must cover it. I would absolutely hire a BCBA to help my son in school, but I'm not wealthy, and in that regard, the district's policy is discriminatory against those of us who can only afford what our insurance will cover. That's one parent's testimony. He has a 3-year-old in Broward schools. A second parent who has a 6-year-old daughter says, as many other parents in Broward County, I've been denied to provide an RBT to help my daughter. This is a fight that many parents are trying to battle. Our children need more support, and the school cannot allow these professionals. As a result, our kids are often placed in more restrictive settings because the schools do not have enough behavior support to provide for the students' needs. We recognize that ultimately the problem is state law, and efforts are afoot to try to amend it at state level. But amending laws takes time, and we have passed a motion calling on the district to please reconsider its position. Our neighbors to the north in Palm Beach County allow RBTs in their schools, and the world hasn't ended. We would like the same for our parents. So our motion is, whereas it is in students' best interest and the legislative intent of 2013 Senate Bill 1108 is that RBTs be permitted to observe, collaborate, and provide therapy to students in Florida schools, and that coordination of services and plans between public schools and private instructional personnel is encouraged, we at Broward ESE Advisory Council moves that RBTs be again permitted to provide these services in Broward County public schools. And I'll send this to Mr. Nesmith and hand it in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You got that? Dr. Naismith? Yes, okay. Perfect, thank you. Thank you. Any additional committee reports?
Good morning, Superintendent Runcie and school board members. My name is Carolyn Crone, and I'm the Vice Chair of the District Advisory Council. Today, we are presenting a motion that was initiated by the most important members of our district, the students. This is a perfect example of how advisory works to represent all stakeholders and fulfill its purpose of proposing recommendations that are germane to our district. These important issues and ideas can come directly from stakeholders in our schools, be brought to their area advisories, then to the district advisory, and finally to you for consideration. I am honored today to stand with representatives of the Students Working Against Tobacco organization from Western High School, AKA the SWAT team. SWAT is a united movement of empowered youth working towards a tobacco-free future. These amazing students advocates have created additional language for Policy 2401 to better and more accurately encompass new trends and devices negatively impacting Broward teens. Juul and electronic vape usage border on epidemic proportions among our youth. According to the Florida Youth Tobacco Survey, in the last 6 years, the number of youth age 11 to 17 who have tried an electronic vape has increased by 288%. And the number who currently use an electric vape has increased by 334%. Furthermore, many teens do not realize that all Juuls contain nicotine. In fact, 1 Juul pod contains the same amount of nicotine as an entire pack of cigarettes. These statistics are no exaggeration. Juul and electronic vape usage border on epidemic proportions among today's youth. Broward County School Board's Tobacco-Free Environment Policy 2401 was last updated over 5 years ago, prior to the existence of many of today's most damaging and addictive devices, Juuls and other Ns, which are electronic nicotine delivery systems. They were created to help wean current adult smokers off traditional cigarettes, but because of modern sleek advertisements, cool flavor choices, and social media testimonials, teens who may have never smoked before now start with these Ns and become addicted. As a result, a whole new generation of smokers is being born. For Broward County Public Schools to adequately respond to this rising outbreak, Policy 2401's language should be updated to comprehensively address Juuls and other new vaping devices. Having a clearly worded policy is the first step to successfully battling this fast-moving epidemic. The following motion, presented by Western High School SWAT Club at last month's DAC meeting, passed unanimously, which is hard to do. The motion I gave you, that was handed out in your in the page with the 3 motions that we're presenting today, you have the existing language in Policy 2401, Section 2B, that refers to electronic cigarettes, e-cigars, and other tobacco oral devices. The language in yellow is what we're proposing to be added to the policy, which is vapes means any oral device, including electronic nicotine delivery systems that could be used to inhale a vapor of any substance, including substances composed without nicotine. ENDS means any oral device that provides a vapor of liquid nicotine and the use or inhalation of which stimulates smoking. Both vapes and ENDS shall include any such devices, whether they are manufactured, distributed, marketed, or sold as e-cigarette, e-cigar, e-pipes, Juuls, Sorins, or any other product name or descriptor. And the other motion that was passed, another motion was passed at DAC last month is, whereas the school board can take an undetermined amount of time to acknowledge and decide on motions presented by DAC, there is a motion to require the school board to reply in writing within 60 days to all motions presented to them by DAC. The motion passed 17 and 4 were opposed. The final motion is Policy 1.2. We would like to amend. It passed unanimously. We provided the paperwork to Mr. Moquin, and we would like to move forward with new bylaws to better serve our advisory organization. And we are also launching a subcommittee to review booster clubs, specifically to address pay-to-play concerns in our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
For Carolyn, I just want to encourage although we do have, you're asking for updated language on the pens and the vaping and the Juuls, it is being updated in the Code of Student Conduct, and the United Way actually, and a group of community supporters, feel the best way to extinguish it is to extinguish them from coming to school and increase the penalties. And there was great discussion about that at the last workshop. You, I believe, have DAC representation on the Code of Student Conduct. Okay, so you did not come back with the recommendation by the United Way, apparently. So even though we amend that policy for language, it's not going to have the impact unless it's amended in the Code of Student Conduct. So I want you guys to be involved in that discussion. We're going to have the second discussion on the Code of Student Conduct. I can give you the names of the United Way representatives because they feel very strongly, since we have a 200% increase in the number of children being expelled for the devices and the use, that we cannot have vapes, any kind of device, in our school at all. And if you extinguish getting the devices out and make the penalty so severe, that will help with the THC oil and all the other side effects, but right now it's just an epidemic, like you said. So I really encourage you guys to be part of that discussion and at the Code of Conduct. So you know my number, so call me and I'll give you all that information. But that's where the real change is going to occur, by extinguishing the behavior with the students. So thank you.
Ms. Korn?
Thank you. I know one of the other recommendations brought forward by DAC was that the board move on their motions within 60 days of them being passed. And so I'm going to go back to what we've now talked about in 2 prior, which is where are we on the establishment of? Yes.
We've established it, so we're actually going to do better than the 60 days. Our goal is to do it within 21 days, so that way they can have the district's response prior to their next scheduled meeting. I believe we did issue one for DAC in their last morning, and we provided all of the staff's responses to the school board members as well.
Perfect. And so so just from a process perspective, if you don't mind through the chair, is that something that we're going to see updated monthly, how are we going to receive that communication of how that is progressing?
Good morning, Leo Neesmith, Director of District Administrative Services. So as we do with the board follow-ups, we have a tracking system for the committee follow-ups. If it's the liking of the board, I can actually send you all of the formal motions once a month. I mean, you know, basically I track all of them. So we've also attended the advisory meetings, DAC, all the area advisory meetings, the facilities task force, Mr. Katz and I. So I'm collecting all of the formal motions. I have collated them into my tracking system. And again, as Mr. Mocha said, I also verbally indicated to DAC that our goal is 21 days or before the next scheduled monthly meeting. But as far as the board receiving the responses, I will do that as I typically do the board follow-ups and give you the actual written response. But I can actually give you a collated copy of all of the formal motions once a month if that's what you desire.
Well, the reason, through the chair, the reason I was asking the question was because as we hear the committee reports, it might be worthwhile for us to just have a spreadsheet of where we are with everything. And so instead of you sending us something every time you do it, if maybe you could provide something at each board meeting where it's just whatever the updated sheet is, because we never know which committees are going to report, and that way we have the information. So if anyone does bring something up, we can quickly go to our own spreadsheet. If that's a realistic, that would just be my thought.
Okay. I can take care of that.
Thank you. I have Dr. Osgood, followed by Ms. Good.
Certainly. In hearing that report, Mr. Runcie, are we planning to do any type of education around this whole thing with these jewels and ends? I think as we look to change the policy to make the penalties stricter, I think we are missing a step. I think that a lot of our site-based staff and our parents are not even aware of what's going on or the severity of it and how frequent and often it's happening in bathrooms. I can tell you in every group of students I've met with, a group for like the last month, a different group at a different school, and this is something that they bring up that's happening. And I think to the staff's credit, they don't realize that what they think is an ink pen is not an ink pen. What they think is a hair clip is not a hair clip. They think a student is just wiping their nose when they keep pulling their jacket open and doing it. They just don't know. And then some, I mean, it's an issue. I can tell you students are videoing it happening in class and feeling threatened because they don't want to be caught in the middle of it. And I also think that our students don't really understand the impact that it has on their brain in their bodies when they do it. So I think that we need, this is such an epidemic, just like we addressed HIV and FLACA and all that. I think that we should have some type of educational component that the school board is leading. I appreciate all the work of the Children's Service Council and all those groups, but within the schools ourselves, how we, went after suicide prevention. When we had all those suicides in 2017, we were able to reduce those by that. But I just think we should be doing something as a district aggressively because this is it's just escalating. It's getting worse and worse.
Through the chair, Dr. Osgood, as part of our response, will outline a comprehensive training and awareness program. I've also asked staff to figure out how we can engage students, maybe through our SGA as an example, or through some of our peer mentoring groups to leverage students in two ways. One, to get their input on the best way to reach students, and number two, for them to help us with the communications and awareness around this. So I've directed that to Mr. Gold and our Student Support Initiative staff. So as part of the response, it'll come back within the 20 days or so. We'll outline what we're doing there and take the opportunity to reach out to student groups and have a conversation with them as well.
Yeah, and I just would appreciate it, and especially if we get the SGA involved. Those were the kids that I heard from and some of the MTL students. And some of the kids are fearful about it happening around them because they don't want to get in trouble because of proximity. If someone is using something and then they put it on someone's desk and it's seen on that person's desk, then that person end up getting trouble. But it's something that I had no idea was to the degree that it is now within the schools, that the students are really having an outcry about it. And this is why we have to continue to encourage parents to check book bags, to know what's going on, to ask questions, to take pens and things and open them up so they know that it's, they can see what's in disguise. Even if we can work with beacons some kind of way, this is one of those things I actually think that we gotta even get some kind of TV education going about, because people just have no idea of the gadgets and the different things that's being used. And because the smell is not something that you can sniff out and just smell, we don't know that it's happening, you know, all around us. And I don't want us to have something tragic happen as a result of it, and then we respond. So thank you, Mr. Runtz, and I'll be looking forward to receiving that information.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I think that's great that we're going to be getting those kinds of follow-up. I just wanted to make a comment on, I think there was some, when the speaker spoke, they mentioned something about the school board responding within relatively, yes, 60 days. So I just want to understand, I mean, there's one thing for staff to do follow-up within a certain amount of time, but I don't know that we as a board will have sufficient time to act on any particular issue, because sometimes their motions require further action by other individuals and follow-up by staff. So I just want to make sure we get clarification. I want to be responsive to DAC, but I don't want the takeaway to be one that's not what they're looking for.
Yeah, it was my understanding, and I could be wrong, I'll clarify, that they wanted to ensure that they were going to get a response from us in terms of what we were going to do relative to the item, because I think the concern that has been raised is they come before this board, they provide recommendations, motions,
Right.
and they don't really get any feedback. We may even actually act on it, but they never get a response back in terms of where we are. So it is my understanding, and the DAC could clarify, that they just need a response from us as a district that would outline the direction that we're going. And I see them nodding their heads. So that's I think
So, because when you say response from us, I just want to make sure that when they seek for certain action to occur, that, you know, staff follows up. Maybe it requires the item to be presented at a future board workshop. You know, the actual action may not take place within that 60-day time period. So I want to make sure we act upon it, we follow up, and we keep them obviously in the loop as to what we're doing moving forward. But I didn't want there to be any confusion as to the time frame, because sometimes, of course, we're not going to be able to act upon any specific recommendation within that time frame.
Take a while, especially, for example,
Yes.
if there's a policy change. We know there's
Right,
a process,
right.
and that takes longer than 60 days. But I think they want to know, are
What
we
we're
actually going to
doing.
move forward with a policy change?
Okay.
Realistic, expectations.
Okay.
Very
Thank
realistic.
you.
Thank you
for
for
clarifying.
Thank you.
I have Ms. Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few years ago, we had a very aggressive campaign about tobacco-free workplace, and there was different agencies, Broward Health, United Way, Children, Family, and Service were involved in that. And we, like I said, we had a very aggressive campaign throughout our schools and district. I would like to look at that again, because it's basically the same topic, with just, you know, when you think you resolve one issue, something else pops up, and these pens and all these different devices are so readily available. You drive down the road today, the shops are all over the place, and quite honestly, anyone can go in and procure something of interest for themselves. So I think that knowing the agencies and the backgrounds that they have had, that's the way we should look at it, because they did visit our schools and work sites, and they have all the tools and staff, and I think collaboratively we could move at a much rapider pace, because right now it's selective. If you want someone to come in, they'll talk, but I think it's gotten to the point, we know it's an epidemic proportion, that we need to be more aggressive. So I think pulling in those agencies would be behooving to us, to expose as many people in a shorter period of time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
I just wanted to give Mickey Pope credit before she left, and I don't know Mr. Gall because you weren't part of the meetings, but there is a plan that has already started, and actually the video at Beacon, Dr. Osgood, is such a good idea. They started the plan at the schools that have the highest incidence, and then are moving this way, because there are like 4 or 5 schools that are, and they're actually watching it move, and now it's moved down to the middle schools. So, but I think what's important is with that CODA Student Conduct Committee, Mr. Runcie, I don't know who's taking over the plan now that Mickey's not here, but I think they should present that plan to us, because she had all of the providers in the school district creating the plan, and that's where that's kind of where that suspension piece came in, but it wasn't presented at that meeting to everybody. And I think we need to incorporate everybody's ideas here into that plan as well, but it exists, and they've got the providers, they've got people with posters ready, they've got it all. It's just it hasn't rolled out, but we didn't even get that piece yet. And so I don't know who would, Nordia, I don't know who's gonna be in charge now, but I think, of that plan, I think that should be part of the code of conduct, because it all goes together with extinguishing the behavior. So I hope you guys will do that. And I didn't know how many, I just know because it's very big out west, so it impacted that community first. I know they've been at West Broward already, Western High School, Cypress Bay. I think Heather had one at one of her schools that you were at. Heather was actually at her presentation. So we need to get everybody in the loop, because we're only going to solve this all together. And Dr. Osgood has with all her Mentoring Tomorrow's leaders and her community, we got to get everybody involved at this point, because it's spreading fast.
Thank you. I have Bo, followed by Dr. Osgood.
Does it work?
Maybe. Is Bo's mic on, please? Go ahead, try.
No? No? Yeah? No?
Is the button on?
Bo's microphone, student advisor.
Hello? Okay, cool. Anyway, so I just want to say that the problem of the juuling and everything going on is so big, and I know sometimes you be a little in denial about it, you know, it's going on in class, but it really is going on in class. I had an opportunity to sit down with Dr. Osgood and some students yesterday even, and just to hear how widely it affects all of our schools. And, you know, the other day I was walking onto campus, and it's in their hands. They're using it, it's so tiny, it fits in the palm, can't even see it. And I think sometimes it becomes hard because in the classroom, teachers are teaching, and when we have such a large amount of students within some classrooms, that when you turn your back to the board, it's such a quick 3-second thing that they don't notice. And now they stick their head in the backpack, and they put all the smoke in the backpack so the teacher doesn't see it. So a lot of times now our students are becoming so creative, they hide them within the campus, whether it be in a cracked tile or in an air vent or just something they put in their shoe, because it's a serious problem and this is what's going on in our schools, and whichever way we can prevent it. And I understand we need to utilize our anonymous tip hotline on the phone, because students are afraid to report these things. I mean, I'm not afraid. You can find me after school and we'll deal it out, but the problem is they're afraid because they know once that kid comes back from suspension or whatever you give him, they're coming after that one student. And that's the biggest problem we have, is someone's afraid to be a copycat. So whatever we can do to really just find a way to fix this within our schools is something that's really important.
Thank you, Bo. Dr. Osgood?
And that was going to be my comment. I am all for the punishment and the penalty, but the kids are going to come back to school. So we have to make sure that whatever we do, we deal with that component as well, that we get the proper treatment and help for the students. We know addiction is not treated like the disease that it is, but we can change the code of conduct, the discipline matrix, and we should, but once the student comes back, then we need to have a plan in place to deal with that, where they're not going after the other students, and to help them to, the goal is not to use the e-cigarettes, not to do the drugs. That has to be the overall goal. So after the suspension, you know, what are we gonna do next? Because I can just go home for 10 days and mom and dad's at work, so guess what I can just do now? I can just vape, you know, on a whole nother level. So when I come back to school now, I'm even more aggressively involved in using the e-cigarettes and all those things. But it is a serious, serious issue that's permeating our schools, in our communities. It is. It's like nothing I've ever seen before, to be honest with you, because of the way that you can conceal it and you just don't know. And you think about sometimes when you're in the airport and you see people smoking, and we just kind of think maybe they're smoking a cigarette. We don't know. You know, they just hit the little thing and they keep it moving. We don't really know what's in there. So,
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Mrs. Aladuff?
Thank you. I would like to see if, Mr. Runcie, if staff could provide the board a comprehensive plan on how we're going to go about providing the education for juuling throughout the district and what that would look like.
Yes, that's what I just mentioned earlier that we will do as part of this. So yes, we'll get that to the board and the DAC and everyone and work on implementing it. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Bartleman.
Just to do this public service announcement, if you do have THC oil in your Juul, that's a third-degree felony, and you're expelled and not coming back, and that is where the problem started. It is a huge, huge issue in our schools, and the kids don't realize, and every kid I speak to, I tell them that's a felony, so and they have no idea the repercussions of their actions. No FAFSA. They got a felony on their record. There have been some 18-year-olds that now have a third-degree felony on their record, and they're expelled. So every chance I get, I shout that out to the world because they think it's nothing, and there are huge consequences for this.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. And as the board appointee to the United Way Commission on Behavioral Health and Drug Prevention, vaping is an issue that I brought up on that council over 2 years ago. And we have been discussing it, and they have been aggressively pursuing campaigns. And I will tell you that, Mr. Runcie, there is some information that I know staff has, because I sit on the youth action team, with regard to some upcoming trainings that are coming up for people to go out and do trainings, because their bandwidth to cover the requests that they have right now for information on vaping is just not wide enough. So anything that we can do as an organization to assist them, they're happy to provide the training so that then we can have others go out and train. Actually, I'll be trained at our next youth action team meeting in May. And then I want to just make a reminder, since we're on this topic of vaping, that at the Above the Influence March, the contest for the PSA on vaping was announced. And so that information, I'm guessing, is on our student support initiatives or diversity prevention intervention website. So if someone can let me know where it is exactly at some point in the meeting, we can announce where that is, and so students can get involved in that. And the United Way does have Broward Youth Coalition groups at 5 of our schools, and I think working together with those students, MTL, SGA, and other, I think athletes, we need to get everybody that we can involved at a school to make sure that that conversation is happening. And I want to thank you, send a thank you to the Western High School SWAT Club for your advocacy and your hard work. And we appreciate you being part of the conversation, and we encourage you to stay part of the conversation, because we all know as adults that students know better than we do what the issues are that are impacting you in your schools. And so we appreciate your voice, and please let us know what it is that you think we need to do through DAC or through a conversation with Mr. Runcie. I'm sure he's happy to have a conversation with you as well, because I've heard from Carolyn that you all are rock stars when it comes to this. So thank you all for being here today, and thank you, DAC, for your committee report. Any additional committee reports this morning? Committee report?
We're here. We're talking money outside. Hello, good afternoon. President Anna Fusco. President of the Broward Teachers Union, Anna Fusco. Our Vice President, Terry Lopez-Poy, standing behind me. How you all doing? Well, I'm standing before you, not in such a good mood as I've been standing before you before. I don't like to be made a fool of. Stop doing it. I'm asking you. Go into your closed-door session, have some strong conversation on directing your people to do the right thing. I hear you all are okay with an impasse. Are you? You think they're fun? They're not. And I'm the president of the union this time around with an impasse. What you allowed your district directors to do, to send an email to every teacher, put it on every school web page, that you couldn't even move to the next item unless you clicked on it to read your wonderful proposal. That's not how we've done this in the past. So if you don't know about it, then you're coming in with your eyes closed because you couldn't miss it. So I hear you brought Dorothy back. Smart move. I don't know. The whisper of Anna Fusco hasn't been around in a year. I don't know how long it's going to take. I'm coming back out this afternoon with our group of BTU members that are going to express how that proposal was not good. There are lots of kinks in it, lots. 2% raise back to January, so my teachers can show up start of school January. You guys okay with that? Raise your hand if you're okay with that. Those out there watching, I'm speaking on behalf of you. We've had 11 sessions. 11 sessions where not much movement was happening, but we kept being hopeful movement would come out. 4:38, March 22nd, the day that everybody walks out to spring break. You put something out there before I can address our members. You think the Broward Teachers Union members are going to be okay with that and that you guys are going to win them over with that proposal? Please don't think that. I don't know if you got on the closed door session yet this morning, and I'm hoping you guys are going to go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Good. There's quorum. Redirect to find the money. We're getting beat up in Tallahassee again this year. They want to redirect all kinds of money, but they're not screaming it to public schools. Thank goodness for Florida Education Association, our state affiliate, that represents every union in the state of Florida that's over there and calling out union locals across the state. Broward Teachers Union was there while spring break was happening. While all your phones went to voicemail when I was trying to call you, we were working to have conversations, to change things. But it's not just Tallahassee, guys, it's also this budget. If our brother and sister are making it happen, Dade and Palm Beach, Broward County needs to make it happen. Call somebody on the phone, as I'm going to an evaluations meeting as soon as I leave here, to move some value in our evaluation tool. 30% highly effective is not looking like we are a pristine district, when I know we are. I'm in every school. We're in schools every day. I see the awesomeness. Why your admins don't see it, I don't know. I stood beside you because you said you value our teachers and you're going to show it. I'm okay with saying if I made a mistake, but I'm still having some hope I haven't. Because I still believe that you guys are better than what was running against you. But you can't come up there and decide to change and figure it out or forget. I don't know what it is. I'm giving you lots of different avenues. Keep the avenue that you said. We value our teachers. Stop saying it and show it. And every single Broward Teachers Union bargaining unit member, whether it's in our TSP unit or our ESP unit, look wholeheartedly at that insurance package. We know there's changes that need to happen. We need to be better consumers. We need to get some better angles because we're self-insured. I'm willing to help educate everybody. I need help to help our 18,000 members. There's 33,000 employees. I will be back here at 5 o'clock. I'm on the speaker list.
Thank you. Any additional committee reports? Okay. Mr. Runcie, you have a report today?
Yes, Madam Chair. I just want to provide the board and the general public a brief update on the legislative session, which we believe will conclude sometime within the next few weeks. Last week, the legislature reached the midpoint of the regularly scheduled 60-day session, and I want to provide you a summary of what's happening in the session. Currently, Broward County Public Schools supports the Senate's proposed budget, and that's a yes for the Senate's proposed budget. As it relates to education funding, both chambers have passed their respective budgets last week. They will enter into their budget negotiations in the coming days, more than $500 million apart. They're more than $500 million apart on spending for the state's public schools. The House's proposal calls for $579 million increase in education funding. That's about $167, or a 2.2% increase per student as a statewide average. The Senate's proposal is for a $1.1 billion increase, or roughly about $350 per student increase, or 4.7% increase on average per student statewide. And again, the state average for public education funding is around $7,400. Put that into perspective, the national average is over $12,000. Also, historically, the best and brightest funding was funded outside of what we call the FEFP, the per student funding. The governor, the Senate, and the House have all placed the best and brightest now inside FEFP, which inflates the increase by approximately $100 per student. So the reality is, once you factor that out in terms of the base student allocation, the base student allocation is actually the monies that the school districts, that this board would receive to be able to determine how to best meet the needs of our district. The Senate's budget has an increase of about $149 versus the House increase of about $38. Now, that's a huge jump from where we were last year, which was 47 cents. So obviously we're appreciative of that. More needs to be done, but hopefully we will end this session without the situation that occurred last year. But the concerns with the trend of earmarking more and more of the FEFP dollars means that school boards have been weakened and constrained in their ability to allocate dollars to meet local needs of our students and communities. The House budget offers no new money in the mental health assistance area, while the Senate asked for an increase of about $30 million. The House budget also offers no new funds in the safe school allocation, and the Senate proposes an increase of $68 million. Last year's increase in the safe school allocation was not enough to fund school safety officers at every public school. And by the way, it's important to note that last year's increase was the first increase in money for school safety from the state legislature in over a decade. We urge the legislature to pass the Senate's budget. Our lobbyists and others from other districts have been working diligently on this over the past several months. This budget from the Senate, we believe, is a budget that would give school districts the ability to continue to improve safety of our students and community and provide meaningful salary increases for our teachers and staff. For more information on the budget and information about our legislators, you should visit Broward Schools' website. That's browardschools.com/LEAOR. That's browardschools.com/LEAOR. In terms of policy, the major education legislation this session is the voucher bill. That's Senate Bill 7070 and its companion bill, House Bill 7075. Both the Senate and the House bills would establish a new voucher product, the Family Empowerment Scholarship, that would be funded by state dollars. We're urging the legislature not to direct state dollars to private schools, as they have no accountability for the use of public funds. Any additional funds should be made available to public schools. Now, I'll tell you, in the past, the vouchers were funded via some special tax credit, I believe, for some corporate tax credit. But now, this proposal funds it directly out of the education budget. So that's a very significant change in development. So we'll continue to update the board throughout the legislative session, along with providing a complete overview during the May 28th school board workshop. We'll have Mr. Sullivan, our legislative director, providing a detailed update to the board at that time. That's all I have today, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. At this time, the school board will continue with the remainder of the agenda. Members from the audience who would like to speak on any of the items that have been pulled will be given 3 minutes to address the board. This will allow for each person to be heard and for the business before the board to be handled in the most expedient manner. May the chair have a motion and a second on items CC1 through CC10.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Dr. Osgood. Audience input on items CC1 through CC10.
Good morning, Ronald B. Barish. CC5 and CC7. When it comes to assistant directors, school climate, discipline, or anything else, for that matter, in that category, you will make sure that that person or persons, man or woman, will not ever, 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 ever touch a child or fight a student. He or she will call for backup. Also, we'll call an SRO, and the SRO is not to do that either. You do not abuse a child.
Mr. Barish, if you could please keep your comments to the job
I am.
description.
I am.
Specifically, thank
This
you.
job description is what I want in there.
For my colleagues, CC5 and
That's the reason.
CC7, he said he was.
Or call 911. And as far as CC7, the same thing goes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comment from my colleagues on items CC1 through CC10? Seeing none, all in favor of items CC1 through CC10 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items CC1 through CC10 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on items DD1 through DD3?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on items DD1 through DD3. Seeing none, colleagues. All in favor of items DD1 through DD3 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items DD1 through DD3 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item DD4, please?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on item DD4. Seeing none, I have Ms. Korn.
Thank you. I appreciate staff's response, so thank you very much. I was very encouraged to hear about or to read about the follow-up from our chief auditor, just so the public is aware, because this has come up on several occasions. There is a process being set up by our new chief auditor regarding the database findings in our audit reports and how we are going to be a new process in terms of how we're going to be tracking them with all the information about the audit finding, who it's going to be responsible for it, and then our responses to it. So I do appreciate that and the information. I would assume, but I don't want to assume, so I'm going to ask the question. How will these be flagged? Meaning the individual who is responsible, and then ultimately to you, as we see these responses, how will they be flagged so that they don't end up kind of falling to the wayside, even though they're assigned to someone, that the follow-through occurs?
Joris Chabot, Chief Auditor. So my intent is for every finding, there will be a person responsible at the middle management level and at the chief level. So okay. I will have a tag for each of the findings. So I'm now in the process of populating the database, and I'm going through some of the previous audits. I'm also adopting any of the findings that are not published by this department, but that have come in front of the committee as well. So I'll populate it fully, I'll tag it, I'll be able to sort it in different kinds of ways so we can identify trends as well.
Okay.
And just to also expand my response, so when I come up with some statistics, and the goal is I would do this quarterly, I'll have those statistics available for the cabinet level chiefs so that they know how many findings are under their area of responsibility are open. And then ultimately I'll present those statistics to the audit committee as well.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much. So I'd like to speak now more specifically to DD4. And in two of the findings specifically we talked about, or for instance, something as, to me, simple as the purchase card statement of financial interest. In the audit, they talk about the fact that there were some forms not filled out for the statement of financial interest in getting the P cards. This was something that had been found before. To me, in terms of from a management perspective, if it happens one time, but when we have a repeat finding, there has to be some type of response from the district other than don't do it again. There has to be something that says this is going to happen if you do not fulfill your responsibility. And I know that we talked about having a new person at the top level, but that top person is not responsible for every single person signing each one of these forms, to my knowledge. So for me, there needs to be a level of accountability for this type of job responsibility. I know it seems simple, right? And I don't want to say menial, because the reality is it's something that an audit is looking into. It's something that is important enough that an auditor is reviewing to see whether or not this is occurring. So I'm going to, through Mr. Runcie, I'm not going to tell you what I think should be done, just that something has to be done. Accountability is more than don't let it happen again. And I think we need to be more substantially proactive in this type of response.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Any additional comments on item DD4? The only comment that I want to make is thank you for the response, and I just wanted to say with regard to Ms. Korn's point, having her talk about some of the follow-up responses so that the public is informed. At the last meeting, I believe we talked about staff follow-ups that come as a result of the school board, what are we calling that? Agenda planning session, that those be uploaded with the items, because what is, you can see it's evident here today. We had many questions during that agenda planning session. We received many responses, and therefore there aren't a lot of questions being asked here on the dais today. But those responses then are in some place that's in limbo that the public doesn't necessarily see. They heard us ask a question, but they don't necessarily see the response. And I think last time there was an agreement that you were going to post those to the items. Do you know if that has occurred?
Leo Neesmith, Director of District Administrative Services. Ms. Brickworth, we have not yet uploaded those follow-up responses to each agenda item, but we can work with OSBR to do so moving forward.
Well, I think that was, Mr. Runcie, I think that was part of the conversation that we had last time as a board with regard to, we receive a large stack of follow-ups, and then there seems to be this space where we're informed, but the public doesn't necessarily hear the answers to the questions that we've asked. So I don't know if my colleagues have the same opinion that they did last time with regard to having that information provided and uploaded through OSBR to the website with the items. I see shaking of heads, and I see more shaking of heads. So if we could make sure that that occurs, that would be helpful to the public.
Yeah, we will do that, and we're working on that. I just want to make sure that as we provide that information, that it doesn't yield a revision to the item. Otherwise, I know there's lots of concerns about revised items, and we do make some changes to the executive summaries based on our agenda planning sessions in order to enhance them. But I just want to make sure, I'll work with Ms. Myrick to see if we can just sort of attach these answers to the item without having to do a revision to the item officially.
Okay. All right, thank you. I appreciate that. All in favor of item DD4 indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Item DD4 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on items EE 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Motion. Second.
Moved by Ms. Bartleman, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input, I'm going to read them again. Items EE 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yes, Mr. Barish, could you please restart the time for Mr. Barish? Thank you.
EE2, I'll just read a little piece here that I have here. The Community-Oriented Policing Services School Violence Program is designed to provide funding to improve security at schools and on school grounds in jurisdiction of the grantee through evidence-based safety programs. What? Say what? I'm adding metal detectors to that. I have said it time and time again, metal detectors have to be done, have to be there. Coral Springs High School, that's what happened. If you
Mr.
remember.
Barish, that's not part of this item. This is about a grant.
It says here, safety-based programs. You're telling me that's wrong? You're telling me that I can't add metal detectors? Your call. It's your call and your responsibility. Yes or no?
We don't engage in back and forth dialogue with public speakers. Thank you, Mr. Barish.
Can I continue?
Yes, please do.
If you recall, Coral Springs High School had a very serious problem with a stabbing.
Mr. Barish?
No. If there was a metal detector there, guess what?
Mr. Barish, this item is on a grant. Please speak to the grant.
Metal detectors. Get it done.
Thank you, Mr. Barish. Any additional public input on the EE items 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12? Seeing none, colleague input on those? Seeing none, all in favor of items EE 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items EE 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE3?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Corn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on item EE3? Seeing none, I have Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. I just wanted to share the excitement that Deerfield Beach High School will be awarded $5,000 to be used for support for school band, which also includes some transportation and incentives for our students. So yay to them. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Any additional comments on item EE3? Seeing none, all those in favor of item EE3 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE3 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE5?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Mrs. Aladeff. Audience input on item EE5? Seeing none, I have Ms. Korn, followed by Mrs. Aladeff.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank staff for the additional follow-up on this item. I had asked for information regarding reviews of these community mental health providers as they are providing us services and we're renewing contracts. With that said, I specifically want to reach out beyond senior staff and thank Brian Norris and Principal Gleason for the information that they provided in the evaluations themselves. Something that I guess just in the one evaluation that I was a little bit confused about, and maybe it's just because of the type of provider and how the services are provided, is in the third one, the Florida Palms Academy. I noticed that when it talked about the qualifications and personnel, it stated that there was none at this time, but the other two providers both said that they met our required qualifications. Can you just help me understand the differentiation between this provider and the other two?
Are you looking at the
I'm looking at the nice big packet that you
Okay.
gave me.
All right, and then which page?
Sorry, this is the last, page 10 of the third set, the Florida Palms Academy. Page 10, Roman numeral 4, qualifications and personnel. It said on the assessment report, it said that there was none at this time. But with the other two agencies, it stated that these individuals were school board employees and that they met the qualifications that were required by the district. So I would just assume this is a different provider, so I just wanted to understand that since it was different in the follow-up.
Good morning. My name is Brian Norris. I'm one of the supervisors for the Exceptional Student Learning Support Division. So I have the privilege of overseeing these contracts for Dr. Hickman and also working with Mr. Gleason, the principal of Whispering Pine School, where all of the students that attend these off-campus programs are enrolled in. I want everyone to understand that these are our students. We do not place these students in any of these programs in Citrus and in Florida Palms or AES. Those students are placed there either by the Department of Children and Family Services, the courts. If parents have situations where their insurance provider will allow them to put these students in these programs, they are residential facilities that are located within Broward County, and we as a district have an obligation to educate them. As students that are registered at Whispering Pine School, Broward County Public School reaps the benefits of collecting their full FTE, and basically at the two you were speaking about, Ms. Korn, Smith and also Citrus, Mr. Gleason hires teachers that are his staff that report to those programs each day and educate those students that are in those programs.
Great.
Florida Palms Academy is also a residential facility, but they are a private vendor. So basically, they hire their own teachers, they hire their own behavior technicians to work within this residential facility. Mr. Gleason does not have the autonomy to hire those staff. We as a district provide curriculum support, professional development as we can. We offer site visits, we do walkthroughs through the facility, but they are not our employees, no one there is. But as students, they do have weighted FTE. Mr. Gleason collects that FTE, and each month they bill us based on the students that are in their program and their weighted FTE number, amount of money that the district then pays to Florida Palms Academy for the services that they're rendering for our students.
Okay, so that's very helpful, and I appreciate, I assume that there was something significantly
Yes, ma'am.
different. So with that, then we as a district are not responsible, we have permission to do this. In other words, we're allowed to use contract with vendors that do not necessarily have teachers that meet these qualifications, or if they do, they don't have to provide that information to us, and we still have the right to be able to contract with them for these students. Is that correct?
I believe we legally are obligated to educate the students because they're residents of the state, and we as a district do not have the programs within our public school system that these students need. So yes.
Okay.
They have their own teaching requirements. I mean, realistic, okay, yes.
So, okay, yes. So the reason I'm asking is because when the FTEs come through us, we still have a level of obligation, I would assume, through council to make sure that, and maybe they don't have to be qualified, but if we're passing on these FTEs, I just want to make sure that we're doing it in a way that whatever vendors we're contracting with, they're listed here as not, at this time, having qualified instructors through the information we have. So I'm not trying to say that they're not qualified. I'm just saying we don't have that information, and I just want to make sure that that's not an issue for us as we are paying out through the FTEs that we collect.
That's correct. This has been a long-standing, for those of us who go back many years in this. I actually monitored these contracts when I was the SEDNet coordinator. So Florida Palms has always hired their own staff, and we have reimbursed them. There is state statute and state rules that allow us to do that, specifically, as Brian said, when other state agencies place the children in those programs.
Okay. Yes.
And a point of clarification. Ms. Korn, on that particular form, on this form, in that particular block on page 10, the title is missing. It's recommendations. So that none at this time is that there weren't any recommendations at this time, and it's not that they didn't have the qualifications or the information.
So I was comparing them to how it was reported for the other two agencies in that same area.
Right.
So in that same area,
Should it be
the
the
other
same thing?
stated, correct. So that's why I'm saying, I'm not making a statement that they're not qualified. I was just making the statement that here it says that there's not at this time, which means, to me, we're not verifying that they are or they are not. And so that's why I wanted to make sure that that wasn't an issue, as we are doing the contracting, and the FTE is being paid through us. So we have a level of responsibility. So I just wanted to make sure that we were in a good place. And I think as board members, that's our responsibility, so I just wanted to make sure I asked the questions. So thank you for all of the additional information. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Any additional comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, all
Ms.
in,
Alhadeff.
oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Alhadeff, I apologize.
That's okay. So can you explain why Mr. Gleason filled out the same form 3 times, 3 different ways on the same date?
It's 3 forms, 3 different agencies
3 different agencies?
at the top. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then on page 7 of the packet that you gave us, it says in the comments, this facility has been under major construction for this entire school year due to mold and mildew issues. Classroom had to be relocated and repairs to the roof have been ongoing. Due to these issues, enrollment is down since they cannot house more than 20 students at this time. We have communicated with the SBBC Safety Department, and they have been involved with this process to make sure the conditions are safe for students and our staff. So how is that done?
So at the beginning of the year, I received information from Mr. Gleason that there were facility issues at Citrus, which is the one that you're referring to. I believe a year and a half ago, we had a hurricane and they had substantial roof damage to their facility. They did not communicate effectively to Mr. Gleason prior to the school year starting, so traditionally, he had 3 teachers who had been there because their capacity is anywhere from 40 to 60 kids based on the need that students have statewide and who's placed there. Based on the facility issues, half of their facility had to be closed down. They could not intake the projected number of students that Mr. Gleason assumed they would have, and as a result, they only had 19 students enrolled for the entire year, which the big issue is during FTE, because in October, that's when the funding comes in to us for our teachers to be there. So this year, he had to cut back staff that report there, but yet he already had allocated them on his budget to have those teachers report, but they did not do a very good job of communicating with him before the school year started that they were going to have facility issues. I also collaborated with Ms. Myrick when this issue came up to make sure in the fall that did we have a contractual issue with this contract. Ms. Myrick advised me that, based on the contract, there was a minimum number of students, they were within the threshold of having that. So I just wanted to make sure that I always put that in there, that based on facility concerns, which at this time are not something that are jeopardizing the students or the staff that report there, that is why their enrollment numbers have been down for the 18-19 school year.
So has it been rectified already?
Half of the facility has been repaired, the other half is still under construction, and the plan is that by the beginning of the 1920 school year, their facility will be back to full capacity, and we'll then have the actual number of students that we traditionally have and the appropriate number of teachers that Mr. Gleason has had there in the past.
Okay, and then also on page 11, is this a different place? The facility had major roof damage from a hurricane, and they have mold and mildew issues, roof damage. Continue to have these areas of concern addressed. Enrollment is down due to these facility issues, and district has been in constant communication with the agency on concerns and a timeline for completion.
Same facility, yes, ma'am. Same
facility.
agency contract.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alhadeff. Any additional questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, all those in favor of item EE5 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE5 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item FF1?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on FF1. Seeing none, my colleague input on item FF1. All those in favor of FF1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item FF1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item I1, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn,
Second, but if it's just for me, I could do them at the same time. I could do I1, I2.
Move I1 and I2.
I1 and 2 have been moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on items I1 and I2. Seeing none, I have Ms. Rupert on both items, please.
Thank you. On I1, I was following, who am I talking to? Jeff.
I1, just say why.
Pardon?
Just I1.
Okay, all right. So on I1, when we're looking at the, hold on, there's like 18 pages here. Sorry, the I can't talk today. Chronology of events. If you turn to 11/28/18.
This is I1.
Yes, I1. 11/28/18, it says PSC conducted, but I went through all the information, and it was a lot, so I'm sure I could have missed it. What were the results of that PSC? Because it wasn't referenced in the backup that I had, or I could have missed it.
Good morning, Doug Griffin, Assistant General Counsel. This is PSC's recommendation that is before you. It was affirmed by the superintendent in his recommendation to you. With that, may be a good point for future reference to actually put that in the chronology.
Right, because it was a little confusing. And the same thing for I2. Was the case referred to PSC? Because I couldn't even find a reference for that.
No, I2, SIU did not take that investigation, so all investigations that SIU does not take are handled at the school site.
Right.
And with assistance of Employee and Labor Relations, we then, when my office gets it, present it to OSPA to get their confirmation that they agree with the recommendation. Then it goes to the superintendent. So this is that other side of the house in discipline matters. It did not go through SIU, so it did not go through PSC.
Okay, got that. And I would find the first one helpful if we can see that the PSC was conducted and the recommendation for whatever it was. It just makes more sense.
We'll absolutely do that.
Okay.
That's
All right, thank you
just
so much.
oversight.
That's it.
Thank you. And I actually had the same thought when I was reading it. I did read the chronology to say that it doesn't explicitly say that the PSC recommendation was upheld, but I think that that would be helpful.
Yeah, that absolutely makes sense. Thank you.
Any additional comments from my colleagues? All those in favor of items I1 and 2 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items I1 and 2 passed unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item JJ1, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on item JJ1. Sorry, am I moving too quickly?
No, I'm
Okay.
moving slowly.
Okay.
Not enough coffee.
Seeing none, I have Ms. Rupert, and then I have a question myself.
I'm gonna need a second. Am I the only one?
You and me.
Okay. Like a hot mess here. You went pretty fast, which is a good thing. Okay. Thank you to staff for doing the backup that I sent late yesterday for JJ. Okay.
What?
JJ1, we're just doing
Yes.
JJ1.
Okay, well, I'm gonna make you go because I gotta find my stuff. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
perfect.
Sorry.
So this is actually probably for Ms. Marte. I just wanted to provide the opportunity for you to bring some clarity to the public about what it is we're doing, since we didn't really have you present to us at the agenda planning session. And I think it's important for the public to understand what exactly is happening through this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Judith Marte, Chief Financial Officer. The JJ item is an item proffered by your fiscal staff. When the facilities group re-baselined the projects, meaning several projects changed from a date that was already approved by the board in a prior fiscal year or in this fiscal year, and in order to align the budgets with when the projects will actually happen, I'm going to use an accounting term, we have to unencumber the funds. They'll be re-encumbered at the appropriate time. So there's no change in the overall budget. The impact is zero. It's a timing issue to correctly align the funds with when the projects are going to happen. I hope I made it clearer and not worse.
Thank you. So this is the way I think about it in my mind, and you tell me if I'm wrong. So if I'm a homeowner and I'm saving money aside, or have money allocated aside for repairing or replacing my air conditioning unit, and I know I'm not going to do that until 2 years down the road, and my water heater breaks, I have to immediately fix my water heater. So then I take some of those funds that I had been setting aside for my air conditioner, that's going to be a project 3 years from now, and I spend it on my water heater, and then I will take additional monies that will come to me later and set them aside again for my air conditioner. Is that similar?
That's perfect. I wish I explained it that way. So in the year you actually fix your air conditioner, you know in the money for that year, you will set aside that money. So it's predetermined ahead of time, but it's simply a switch of the funds. When you gave that example, and I'm being a little long and I apologize, my aunt, when I was a little girl, used to use budget envelopes, and when she got paid every week, if the gas bill was $14, she'd put $3 and change, $3 and change, and sometimes the gas bill would come in less this time, knowing it's more next time, so she'd switch the money in the envelopes. Mrs. Murray's looking at me because she did it the same way. And that's exactly what we're doing. It's as simple as that. It's not more money or less money, it's moving them in the envelopes.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Any, besides Ms. Rupert, if there's somebody else that has a question or a comment, I will give one last look before I take the vote. Ms.
I'm
Rupert.
ready. Okay, ready?
Yes.
All right. Mine was a quick one, is the Bond Oversight Committee, Tax Watch, and FTF. These were presented to all three?
Frank Girardi, task assigned, Executive Director, Capital Program. We have had discussions with the Bond Oversight Committee, especially with the redoing of the baseline schedule. So yes, there has been discussions.
Okay, perfect. And then my other one was answered during the revision, which is capital budget hadn't signed off on the update before this, but they did on this one. So that is it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Any additional comment from my colleagues on item JJ1? Seeing none, all in favor of item JJ1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item JJ1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item JJ2?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on item JJ2? Seeing none, I have Mrs. Aladeff and Ms. Korn.
On Exhibit 1 of the executive summary, where it says the tying into the fire alarm system and ductwork that was not identified in the 2014 facility condition assessment, how much money is that?
Ashley Carpenter with Atkins. So as you can see there, we did say that about 70% of, 80% of the budget overage was due to ancillary items that really had to be done to accomplish the original scope of work. And so, like you mentioned, the ductwork and tying into the fire alarm system, those things all came to a total of around $800,000. Because we were looking at an overage of $1 million for the HVAC work.
Okay, so for this item, it's over $800,000. Thank you.
Ms. Korn?
Thank you. So I know our staff is working really hard. I'm very happy with the direction we're going. I have to tell you, I'm concerned about the fact that the original information regarding the overage required us to ask questions to get to the right answer. And the reason is because we as a board obviously are responsible to the public to making sure that we're understanding this. And I don't ask questions every time I get a response because I rely on the response. And I appreciate that you all were forthcoming and you didn't try to, find some maneuver around this information and provided it. At the same time, from a check and balance perspective, I need some type of an assurance that we've figured out how this came forward erroneously and how it doesn't do that again going forward.
I'll talk to that, and Mr. Jardine could add some. With this happening, we're putting together a checklist prior to coming to the board with items. We're going to have things on if we're able to carve out projects. If we look at if anything is additional scope to get the original scope done, like in this item, we want to have that checklist so we can look at all those items and make sure they're there. So this was a little learning experience on something that we had wrong, so we're going to fix it and move forward with that.
So I appreciate that. And I know that with the new leadership, you continue to come up across things that have an opportunity for improvement. Identifying this as being one of them is helpful. I think the additional information that you've, and I know you shared that with me yesterday, but I thought it was important that we speak to it today, that additional information is available to all of us. And I think differentiating it so that we have an understanding as we're spending more money, that there is more of a big picture, not a story, but really a big picture to why these things are happening. And sometimes they're consistent from one to the other, and sometimes there's something that's unique. I just want to make sure that that information not only is available to us, but in a way where it's posted so that the public can also, if they're trying to track it and understand it without calling us or calling you all, are able to come up with that information. So I think that's a helpful process.
And with that, what we will do is look at the executive summary and somehow put that information in there. Whether it's part of the box where your dollar amounts are shown, we could just put in there, has been reviewed for carving out, and we find that this project does not lean towards that. And we'll put it in there so you know we've looked at it, and our response will be there. Either it's a good one or no, we'll go some other direction.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Any additional questions from my colleagues? I just have one question. So, given the fact that this information, I mean, it was explained to us that the additional cost for HVAC was because of some things that weren't included in scope, and we've had additional HVAC costs and we've had additional roofing costs. Are we confident that to this point, this similar situation hasn't been what's occurring, and it really has been the pricing that has created the pressure, or are we thinking that maybe deficiencies in the needs assessment to identify things that would be needed in order to move forward with the project, things that had been left off the scope, were part of that pressure?
As these come up, we're looking at them and we're trying to create that new bucket where we can tell you that roofing costs are so much overage, inflation is so much, added scope like the addition at Northeast or Stranahan's cafeteria. We want to now look at this. It'll be a very small number, but we also want to try and track it the best we can so we know what that number is. I don't think it'll happen again. We will have instances where to get the scope of work done per maps, we have to add scope. But we feel that that's not going to really balloon into a large number, but we are going to track it separate. And if it does start increasing, we'll bring that forward.
Okay, but to this time, because we've had so many items come forward with roofing and HVAC pressure, you feel confident that that was strictly based on pricing and inflation and not additional scope?
Yes.
I'm seeing different body language from different people there sitting at the table.
Right. We don't think it's additional scope, but it's scope that has to be done as part of the work.
No, I understand that. But what I'm saying, as a board, for us to understand that there were things that weren't delineated as part of the scope that are required in order to complete the scope that was delineated, that's a deficiency, right? And so if that's something that you've seen regularly, then we can anticipate that will be something that we will see going forward, in addition to inflation and increased costs in the market.
We have reworked estimates on all these projects. And to be truthful on this one, it was missed, the added scope. But for the most part, on all of our projects, as we bring them forward, there may be some shock that we're bringing forward. We need $2.4 million. But we've covered a lot of that in our revised estimates, which was used to put our final budget together that we thought that the whole program would run. And with that, we're feeling fairly confident going back and forth that we have some that are over, some that are under. So I think we're doing well. We're going to have a few of these that we get caught on, and what we want to do, like I said, is as we catch them, we'll put them in a separate bucket, and we'll see if it's a very small amount, then there's really not a lot to discuss. But if it starts getting up there, then we could bring that back to the board and let you know.
Right, and that's really the reason why I asked the question, because there's a difference between making a projection going forward on what the costs are gonna be only based on inflation and price pressure,
Right.
and then having this additional bucket called scope that was missed in order to complete the scope. That's not really a great name for it, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
And so if that's been occurring all along, and this is the only one that we've really called it out on, then how do we project what the missed scope would be on the, that's where I'm having difficulty as a board member.
And I think we can, with the help of here in Atkins, we can go back and look at the previous ones and see if there are any there that did come through in that manner or weren't highlighted.
Okay,
So we could see what's happened in the past, and that could help us moving forward.
okay. So I think that that's worth having a discussion, and so I'm open to have that discussion with you after you take a look at it to see.
And right now, there's not a
where we
lot
are.
of projects that we've gone, so now's the time, not when we have 150 of them, but now's the time to take a look at that.
Right, okay, great, thank you. Any additional comments from my colleagues? All those in favor of item JJ2 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item JJ2 passes unanimously. I'm going to ask for a motion, please, on items JJ3 and 5.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on items JJ3 and 5. Seeing none. Colleague input on items JJ3 and 5. All those in favor of items JJ3 and 5 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items JJ3 and 5 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item JJ4?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on item JJ4. Seeing none. Mrs. Alhadeff?
So on the Exhibit 1 of the executive summary, I appreciate that moving forward that you're going to create an area where it really stands out to us if this is something that wasn't identified in the 2014 facility condition assessment. But on this item, the 70% of the overage is due to upgrading the electrical service, updating all digital controls, tying into the fire alarm system, chilled water piping, and test and balance. That wasn't identified in the 2014 facility condition assessment. So how much money is that 70%?
Again, it's a proportion of that $1 million overage related to HVAC, which works out to about $700,000.
Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments from my colleagues? So this is similar to the one that we just did, and so
Yes.
is this, I guess, my question as a board member is why now? Why now are we seeing two items that are delineating that there was scope that was necessary to be added because it is necessary to complete the scope that we've committed to?
I don't know if I have an answer for that. Is something that just came up, and like I said, let us go back and see if it's occurred in the past. We've got, Ashley really goes through these projects when verifying the scope, and we're doing another little procedure that we're changing to dig a little bit deeper. We're hearing what happened on this one, and we're making sure we know what's going to happen in the future. And let us just go back and check to see of the, how many projects do we have out right now?
There's 32.
Of the 32 to 40 projects, we'll reevaluate those, take a look at them, and see if there was anything there, and we can bring that back.
Right. So, Mr. Runcie, my question is really around what are we doing differently now that is causing this to be identified in a way that it was not identified? And maybe it didn't exist previously,
Right.
but is there anything that we're doing differently now that's causing this to be identified differently to us in these items with regard to scope that was missed that needs to be added in order to complete scope that was promised?
I may be able to help with the answer to that. Is in the beginning, when we were getting these bids in, we were just getting a lump sum. Now we are having them break them down so we can give you a better breakdown when we bring them forward. They're being broken down per discipline now, a little bit clearer. So instead of just getting a lump sum, I'll just use a number. If we have a bid that came in at 2.5 million, we never really had a good breakdown of where that was between HVAC. So now we're getting that on all of our bids, which is making it a little bit more clear. And I think that's why we're now breaking it down a little bit better in our executive summary, and that's where these came up.
Thank you, except that gives me extreme angst, because in the past, when we had items that were over what the budget was, we were told it was roofing pressure and HVAC pressure, and now what I hear you saying is, we don't really know. I mean, we could assume that that was a large, I'm not saying that we don't know those things existed, but we don't know that in its entirety that that's what it was.
My understanding that's still the predominant, it's the majority of the cost. It's just that we're finding some of these other items now as we get into the detail of these things, and we're delineating those. But the roofing and HVAC still account for the vast majority. And Ashley, you could probably indicate the amount. I forget, it was on the last report and communication we gave to the board and the public. What was that number?
Well, the roofing really is 80% of the overage, just in itself. So yes, we were, because we had one number from the contractor, we were taking educated guesses about, understanding where the roofing costs were coming in, and then the difference between what we had in maps, and then we knew that was the majority of the overage was going to be the roofing. We do have schedule of values now for all those, past projects, so we can go back and interrogate that and, add all of that data to our tabulations so that we really understand exactly where those were. But it does help us a lot more now having the breakdown from the contractors at bid day, because we come to you for construction bid recommendation before we have that very detailed breakdown from the contractor.
And most of this overage on these two items is part of the HVAC. It's just been broken out in more detail.
Right, but specifically, items that weren't identified as part of the scope that need to be done in order for the HVAC project to move forward.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Any additional comments from my colleagues? All in favor of item JJ4 indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Item JJ4 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item JJ6?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert.
Should we move them together?
For those who have comments, are you okay with pulling all three together?
Yes. Well, I have very specific comments for each one, but does that
Yes
matter?
or no, Ms. Good?
Oh, no, I'm totally.
Okay, so and forgive me because I didn't write it down. I believe it was moved by Ms. Good and seconded by
Ms. Rupert.
Ms. Rupert. Items 6, 7, and 8 have been moved and seconded. Audience input on items 6, 7, and 8. JJ 6, 7, and 8. Seeing none, I have Mrs. Alhadeff.
And me.
I have, let me say who I have so that no one's panicking. Mrs. Alhadeff, Ms. Good, Ms. Brinkworth, Ms. Korn, Ms. Rupert, Ms. Bartleman.
So what I have to say for all three.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Alhadeff. Pardon me, Ms. Bartleman has a question.
Since there are three very different items with different things, can we do the questions around each item at once in case we have different information to share with each other?
Then we should have the items taken separately.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm
can
sorry.
you withdraw your motion, please, Ms. Good? And we'll withdraw your second, Ms. Rupert. So Ms. Good has moved JJ6, Ms. Rupert has seconded JJ6, and now we will take comments on item JJ6 from the audience. Seeing none, Mrs. Alhadeff.
So I really look to my colleagues for these three items as far as putting money into more portables instead of actually buildings. And so I look to you for your expertise and past history of knowing these schools and what is needed. So that's all I'm going to say right now about JJ6.
Thank you, Mrs. Aladeff. I have Ms. Bartleman.
Okay, so I'm just gonna make the comment on JJ6 first. What is the student?
Please use your mic.
Oh, it is.
No, speak right into it, though.
Like really close?
There you go.
It's so weird. Okay, so, hi, Miss May. So we talked about this yesterday, so we're gonna get some answers to my questions. So we're moving from the Sunrise site to the Flanagan site. What's the count of students we're moving over?
So currently, for the past 4 years, we have had a range of 149 students to 250 students.
Okay, then my next question is, how many of them are relying on public transportation? And how many of them say that this site is, the site at Pioneer is closer and they're still going to continue?
So as far as we know, the students actually drive themselves to these programs. We checked in with Ms. Haygood as well as Ms. Shaw. So as far as we know, there is no public transportation that runs by the site to bring the students there.
So these are, well, this site is in walking distance to some neighborhoods, and so that's why I was concerned. And I know that not all the students who attend these drive, because a lot of kids do rely on rides and public transportation. So that was a concern of mine. I didn't quite, it's $500,000. And I had a really big concern about that. And then there's another one later on that's also it's a substantial amount of money. And I don't understand why the cost is so much. I know they sat down and explained it to me, and that if this is the best use, or if there's a site closer, or a different way we can do this. I mean, if you have a 100% guarantee that you're going to have those numbers go over, but I don't know if you have that guarantee. And so I'm just concerned about overall $500,000 to do this. Especially, and the other concern I have is, and this is a separate question. So with all these items, and I'll just speak to this one, you're counting on the proceeds of the sale of the land to take care of these costs. But it's my feeling that when we discussed the proceeds of this land, it was going to fill the existing hole we already have in our capital program. I mean, we were counting on those dollars to be in the reserve for finishing the bond. So when you add these items up, it's over, $1 million. And I just wanted further explanation on the guarantee of the kids coming over and the need. And it's just, I can't understand for the life of me how it's $500,000. So go ahead.
So Mary Ann can take the estimates from the facility side, and then I'll take some of the other questions from the programmatic side.
Okay.
So we spoke to some of our consultants, and we asked them to give us conceptual estimates for what it was going to cost to move these locations. And I can tell you for the Pioneer site, we are doing a lot of work with the lighting, with providing ramps and stairs, water service. We're renovating one of the portable restrooms there. There's a lot of site work that is actually being done.
What was in those portables previous to this?
Classroom portables.
So they were okay to be used for our middle school students, but we're renovating them for these students?
We are not doing major renovations on the interiors of the portables. We are doing, Sam, you gonna help me out? Sure. Okay.
Good afternoon, Sam Bays, Director of Maintenance. The issue is not, from our perspective at all, whether the units are good enough. It's whether or not we can put them into service as they begin to be re-inspected. We anticipate there will be accessibility issues. There are some simple things that the ADA restrooms require. There are accessible ways. We don't have decent accessible ways to every spot in any campus. And as we work on a building, we'll be required to make those things correct. I I walked this campus again last evening just to be certain. And indeed, like many portable campuses across the district, it needs a lot of help. So we hope to not spend this money. We hope that it will be less than this, but without any design information at this point, to give you a conceptual estimate of how much we would expect it to cost, we think this is the right number.
Okay, what if it's wrong? What if it's $1 million? What if it comes back? You're asking me to approve something on conception for $500,000, and then those portables and the accessibility issues existed when there were middle school students there. I'm assuming the bathroom you have to bring up because it's going to be a separate bathroom than where the middle school students are. Is that correct? That's what I'm assuming the bathroom issue is, because the middle school students could use other bathrooms, but you're going to not commingle the campuses, correct?
Correct. We are
Right,
not
so that's why we're
commingling.
doing the bathroom. So taking the bathroom out, all those issues existed when kids were there.
So I think it's important for us to understand that OCLC is currently on this campus.
Correct.
They are actually using this site.
And
There are
you're
no
adding
problems
portables.
with the bathrooms. Our awesome administrative staff there has very specific protocols on how the students use the bathrooms.
Right.
And the age brackets of how they use the bathrooms. These
Right.
programs are for students that are 16 years and above.
Uh-huh.
And these portables do need work, and that is moving an opportunity for our families to continue in this re-engagement with space provided for our families to be able to take classes, our students to be able to recover their credits.
Correct.
Okay? So it's already there. The
I
program's
know,
already-
and that's
We're
why
just
I'm
giving them
asking.
more space.
But why are you redoing the bathrooms?
So again, there are some.
They're using the bathrooms now. The campus is already there. You know we're having budget issues, and the bathrooms are good for the people who are there now, and you're going to redo them?
I think that's something for design to take a look at. It's something that could not be ignored when we look at an entire facility. We always look at everything.
Okay, so I guess maybe nobody else has a problem with that. I just feel like you're asking for 3 items. The portables were fine, and for other students to be in them. They're not fine now. And you told me something about the data, that you needed to increase the data because it's online. I understand those costs. The bathrooms are fine for all the people who are on the campus now. You never brought it forward before. And you're doing this all now. And that's my concern.
There will be more people on the campus.
So you're not adding more stalls, though. What are you doing? If you have a bathroom, what are you doing to the bathroom? I mean, it's not like you're adding more toilets, are you?
No.
Okay, so it's the existing bathroom that everybody is utilizing now. I'm just saying we are on a shoestring budget right now. And everything counts. And we haven't even gotten to my question, because I thought all of these sales were going back into our hole, which exists, right? And now you have to take that out.
So I'd like to answer that question.
Okay.
If we'd like to move on to another question.
But I guess we're
On-
not going to resolve the bathroom issue. It's fine. If I'm the only one with a problem,
And
I'll
the
still
other
vote
thing,
for it.
the other thing to know is that not all the portables on this site were in use. So we're bringing some
Right.
portables online that
Back.
we're going to have to do some work to get those up to where they need to be to use them.
Okay.
So that's
I
where some of
appreciate
that money
that.
is coming from as well.
I can appreciate that because they've been empty. I get
Yes.
that. And I appreciate the whole data issue. I get that. Okay.
So thank you, Ms. Bardman. Leslie Brown, Chief Portfolio Services Officer. As far as the funding for these particular projects, as we have brought forward the surplusing of the sale of pieces of property in each one of those items, we very clearly stated to the board that the proceeds from those items, a portion of them would be used to relocate the programs that are at those sites. So in a follow-up, I got some questions.
Okay.
Marianne and I got questions from Ms. Rupert, and we were able to respond electronically. So in those question follow-ups, you're going to see that we actually took a look at each of the items that we had brought before, and it is clearly
was in there?
stated that the proceeds would be used to move. Of course, we
Okay.
didn't know the exact costs at that time, but we wanted to make sure that the board was comfortable with that.
Okay, I think
So that was approved, and then
Okay.
in the response, you're going to see that we actually took a look at the total amount for the sale of these two pieces of property. One was for $21,025,000, and then the second one was for $2.9 million, both of which were above the value of those pieces of property. And if we separate out the cost of these.
We're only, sorry, we're just
sorry.
only talking about JJ6 right now.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
No,
Oh, wait.
and
I'm sorry, that was the question. I apologize.
I don't know when you sent the electronic version, because
Okay.
I go to bed and then I wake up and have to go to meetings and come right here.
Yeah.
And that's the problem with getting
Okay.
the response and getting the items.
Yeah, we apologize.
I just discussed the items literally yesterday afternoon with them and gave them all my questions. So, and they couldn't answer some of them, and that's why you're here, and I'm sure they gave you the questions I'm gonna have on the other item. And I apologize, I don't have,
That's okay.
I can't, if I'm not online at 11 o'clock at night, I apologize.
I'm right there with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, I'm glad you looked it up, because I don't remember all the discussions, and I appreciate that, so thank you. I just felt the costs were, it's $500,000, but I appreciate, I want to do that for the students. So if there's a way to minimize that, and I'm just very afraid that it's going to come up, the cost is even going to jump up from there. And that's what I'm afraid of. And every J item we just discussed, all the costs are jumping up. So, and I get that we made money, but we have $438 million, $432 million that we have to account for the bond. And every time we take money from everywhere else, that's money we don't have to do other repairs. I mean, we have to fund the capital reserve for all of that, but that's why I was shocked at some of the sticker prices on these things. So,
And realize these are conceptual estimates, this is not
Right.
even with the designer coming in and really giving us hard numbers.
Right.
We are very hopeful that we will be below these numbers, and my team will continue to work on that to try to drive that down.
okay, I guess I need to hear that. And I am very afraid that those numbers will go the other way, as they have in all the other J items, most of them. But I appreciate it.
Thank you.
The bathrooms, just offline, not to take any more time, explain to me what you're doing to the bathrooms later, because I didn't understand that the bathrooms were already there and you're not adding stalls, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you, and thank you for staff for answering the questions that I sent in. And I just have one follow-up as it pertains to number one on your response. Okay. It says the schedule shows the relocatables that have been approved for demolition. However, funding was not provided during the current 2018-19 DEFP. None of the relocatables cited for the projects are included in the demolition schedule document. Could you just explain a little bit more on that? I'm kind of grasping it, but not 100%.
Sure, and we may have misinterpreted the question, so we could provide some clarification also. What we felt the question was asking was if any of these relocatables that we're looking to move programs into were actually cited in some kind of a demolition schedule. And Sam is teaching me a schedule just means a list, and I'm thinking a schedule means a timeline, okay? So Sam helped me understand that this is not a timeline. It's just these are the ones that the state has approved for surplusing, but they're not in any order of priority at this time until more funding becomes available, if that happens. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay.
That does. So what was really, how do we utilize that schedule then? Just to decide if, well, maybe I'll let you guys answer it. So what do we utilize that schedule for, or how do we use it? If it's not a timeline, which I assumed it was as well, then what do we have it for?
Sam Bays. I would have thought that your question had to do with exactly as Mrs. Brown said, that it has to do with are any of these portables to be demolished in the foreseeable future. They are not.
Right, I got that. And it was that.
What we use the portable list, not use that other S word, the portable list within the ADEFP for for is planning our work throughout the year on which portables we will be demolishing once those are funded by the board.
Got it. So these weren't funded. Got it. And I guess my question moving forward is, how do we avoid this kind of, and I'll just use the term catching up, to do these projects? If you planned 18, 19 already, and you didn't put money in for this, are we going in the future to have money in there as well? Do you see that, or you don't see a glaring opportunity right now?
Oh gosh, I didn't understand that.
We would like to have money put in to be able to start demolishing these portables.
Right.
That's what we would like.
Okay.
But until the money is there for us to demolish, then we have the list, and we know that Sam is not going to do extra work on those portables. He's not going to maintain them. He's not going to do anything. All we're going to do is secure them and make them safe so that the students and staff cannot get into them.
Okay, I got it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. So my only comment, and it's really relative to all three of them, is with regard to the use of portables across the district and how, Mr. Runcie, when we're looking in the future to move departments or something of that nature, that we really, I mean, I don't think it is the goal of this district to utilize portables if possible. So I'm a little disappointed that we're spending a significant amount of money to refurbish portables, but I understand with regard to placement of program and some of those other considerations that we had conversations about, that we don't really have an option. That's the way I understand it. So I just want to say that as we go forward and we look to do things, that we not consider using portables when at all possible.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think as we have some, conversations about our excess capacity in the district, that will be part of the conversations, and I can tell you, I think just last week we had that conversation in the cabinet as we prepare to come to the board in coming weeks to talk about some options in terms of how we can, let's say, create better educational opportunities for students and be more efficient with the space that we currently have in the district.
I appreciate that, and I look forward to the conversation. Ms. Good?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that comment. And I guess, we've come full circle, because I know when I was on the board, this district was leasing a great number of facilities throughout this county. We were spending millions and millions of dollars regarding those leases, and this board really, and the superintendent, took a hard look at how we were utilizing our funds and that reoccurring cost that we were having each and every year. It was in the millions. So although I understand, to the chair's point, the use of portables, and again, not all the sites that we're speaking of today are portables, some are modulars. There is the opportunity for, again, better utilization of some of these sites that are probably not utilized to their full potential. They may be under-enrolled in some fashion. Or the fact that, we had a bigger conversation on this dais about the opportunity to sell property and acquire those additional dollars. And I know that, I'll wait to provide further comments on some of the other items, but just on this one alone, there is an influx of dollars that's going to come into the district when the property is sold. And I think the greater conversation is not utilizing any of our current capital dollars for any refurbishments of any of these sites, but to utilize the dollars that are going to come from the sale. And again, you mentioned that program for J6 is already on site. It's been there for quite some time. And that program is a successful program there at that location?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So the district has made the determination that there would be benefit to the student population that we would be serving by expanding that program at that location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So there's been somewhat of an analysis done as to either keeping the program as it exists or expanding upon it so that we would have greater opportunity to serve the students. And so I'm certainly amenable to looking at ways of expanding successful programs, especially those students that we want them to graduate. This is like their last chance and opportunity to do so. And I think it's been a success there at that location. The opportunity to expand upon that program there, I think, would be a benefit. Again, I would ask that we, try to limit ourselves as to what we have to absolutely do. These portables have been there for quite some time, so the need to refurbish them has not been looked at. But now that we're going to be looking at them in a different way, I can see the need to make them accessible. And certainly, I noticed the whole list of other things that you're looking to do regarding, repairs and renovations to bring up to a certain standard. And I think that, again, if there's a benefit to us serving the students in this population that would allow them the opportunity to graduate and seek the learning opportunities that they can, I'm more than willing and amenable to authorizing this item. Again, I would just ask that we try to focus in on what we're doing, only do those things that we must do to ensure that these students that would be utilizing this site would have a quality educational environment. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Mrs. Aladev?
So on Exhibit 2, is there anything in here that you feel is extra that could be taken out?
I'm sorry.
Exhibit 2, is there anything in the scope of work that's extra that you feel could be taken out?
Not at this time. Not until we get a complete actual design and have them look at it and give us the pricing and tell us exactly what they see. I wouldn't want to remove any of the scope out.
Okay, and is it, to Mrs. Bartleman's point with the restroom, is that an option to not renovate the restroom?
We will look at it, but I can tell you that I was already told that we had to do some water repairs there, some piping repairs and some other things. So I don't want to say that we can't do it until we really investigate it. And once we have a proper design, that will let us know exactly what we need to do.
Okay, and then I just want to clarify with Mr. Bays, when you said something about removing the portables, like getting rid of them, were you talking about these portables?
Getting rid of, please repeat.
You mentioned a few minutes back about demolishing portables. Were you referring to these portables that
No,
we're
ma'am.
putting $500,000 into?
We do not have any portables here on our demolition horizon at all.
From that site.
Yeah,
From this site, we do not.
Right.
So, Ms. Aladev, there's a schedule of hundreds of portables that need to be demolished, and I can have Ms. Brown share that with you if you'd like. But yeah, these aren't part of that set of portables that are designated for demolition at this time.
Okay, thank you.
So, Ms. Aladev, thank you very much for that question. I think it goes back to the similar question that Ms. Rupert had, is making sure that we are not looking at relocatables that are unsuitable, that should be removed. The portables in these projects absolutely are not those portables. So I appreciate that question for the larger community to hear and to be able to share with you. That's why we included that list, so that you could see the relocatables that are on. We did that double check. I thought it was a very good question. Make sure that list did not include any of these at this site. So thank you.
And you're welcome. And have you looked at any other option to put the students in an actual physical building besides a portable?
Yes, we actually have. We've come back to the school board with 2 workshops where we took a look at different sites. What we see is that in the area that serves these students, the sites that are in a 5-mile proximity, the school buildings, they're actually over capacity. So in order to provide space for these students, we had to move a little bit outside of that geographic area. And this was the closest site where we had space to be able to move these students in and give them that additional push to get their credits.
So inside the actual physical building, there's no space?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alhadeff. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. Just going back to the scope of what's provided, these are the 7 new, these particular portables are not being used, correct? That site is, but these 7 that we're talking about are not the ones in use. We're going to now put them newly into use, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so when we talk about providing the water supply, the other portables that are there have a water supply. It's just these particular ones don't, or nothing over there other than the restrooms have it?
We actually have a concern about the water supply, not the quality of the water, but the source. So we will want to take a look at that and make sure that this is properly served and that it's going to be able to be continued for this larger population.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking, because this part of the description was slightly different than the others. The rest of it all referred to 7 existing portables. This one referred to the portable annex. So to me, that particular improvement of water supply was for the whole annex, not just for these 7. So, but obviously it's currently existing and functioning.
So what we understand about the site is that as these relocatables have been put back into use, there has been reconnections made. And when the portables have not been used, when the portable site was originally, sort of shut down,
yep,
everything was cut off. And that as we've brought them back online, these different pieces are brought back online also. So
Okay.
some do have water, some do not have water because of them coming back on at different times.
Okay. And then the part where it talks about the infrastructure from the main campus. Again, it's an existing annex facility, so why are we improving the infrastructure to the main campus? And I don't want my questions, and I know to my colleagues, it's not as if we don't want these things to be in place for these students, it's just that we know our list of needs is beyond $3 billion. So that's why I'm asking here, when we're talking and identifying things that have to be done here, I want to make sure there's nothing, not a single thing here that's a wish list item, that all of these are absolutely necessary for us to function at this annex with these expanded, with the expanded number of students.
That has to do with the fire alarm service, the clock speaker, intercom system, and the phone system, and data.
So that's the infrastructure you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Can we make a statement, and I don't know if this is Mr. Runcie or staff, regarding the long-term intended use for this facility now that we are making this shift for these students? Is this something we see them being there a couple years until we find something else? Is this something we're making this investment, so we're looking at least 7, 8, 10 years here? In other words, I know we're talking about it as portables, but I think it's important that we talk about the fact that even though they're portables, we have many portables around our district that are there for still some time. So what is the intent from staff's perspective and Mr. Runcie's perspective in terms of your recommendation of the longevity of use of this?
So our recommendation is that this would become the site for OCLC for the south/western part of our school district.
Okay, so this is not a short-term fix?
No.
This is the new location?
Correct.
That doesn't mean at some point it could not change, but for the time being, we have no other plans. This is the site?
Correct.
Okay.
I just want one quick caveat, my apologies.
Yep.
We do see that we still have some swath of community that is not served in the way west, just Leslie language, in the way west. So it does not preclude us maybe perhaps having to open another site when space becomes available even further west.
Okay, but we don't anticipate that will impact this site
No.
at this time?
No.
Okay. And from a security perspective, we're opening up 7 new buildings. When we talk about cameras, their access, we've talked all over the district, we've made investments to make sure that we've added cameras, we've added visibility. Is that part of this infrastructure that we're talking about in making sure that these cameras that are currently in place, or whatever you're intended to improve, is going to be able to give us to that full perimeter as to where these buildings are being added. Sam is looking at me with a little bit of confusion in my question, possibly?
No,
Okay.
I'm trying to gauge whether or not we have enough information about the intent of the IT department. But yes, there is an allocation here to make sure that we have limited camera coverage.
Okay, that's what I'm looking for. I want to make sure that we have, and accessibility does not change in terms of what's fenced off, and I've been to the site before. None of that's going to change. These 7 buildings are already within the annex full site.
Correct. There will be additional fencing.
There will be additional
There is
fencing, that's
additional
part of what's
fencing
being
budgeted
considered here.
Yes.
So I guess my larger question is, safety and security is part of what's been considered, and is it within these recommendations specifically?
Absolutely.
Perfect. And then my very last question, or actually 2. From a pricing perspective, who did this who provided this to us?
Guilty.
Okay, thank you, Sam. And the design fees. $60,000 seems like extensive design fees for bringing 7 buildings on. Is it because of the fact that we're doing so many different aspects to this site? We're not actually constructing anything new, right? All we're talking about. So it just seems like an extensive amount of design fees. Again, is that an estimate, or is that something that we feel is?
That is, the design fee is actual.
Good afternoon, Shelley Maloney, Facilities Department. Yes, Ms. Korn, to your question about the design fees, we did consult with a consultant, Jorge Gutierrez, and he's been out to the site, has looked at the scope of work that needs to be done, and has provided that fee to us. In fact, we even negotiated down. So it is about pretty much where we feel is fair and reasonable for the scope of work that needs to be done.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick, I know that there's some great questions by all my colleagues, so I really appreciate it. I know in the past when we submitted questions, we CC'd the board and staff so that we were aware of what questions were coming forward. I didn't see some of these asked. So I would just ask through the chair to make sure that whatever process we have established in the past, that we continue to do it, so at least as a board corporate, we know what's coming down the pipe, and staff is then given that opportunity to respond to the entire board. But some of these questions I didn't see when they were submitted, so I didn't know what was coming.
Okay.
And I think it's helpful when we know what the concerns are.
Sure.
And I think in fairness to staff, they need to be given as much lead time as possible. Certainly, giving the questions ahead of time is of help to them, but it's of help to us as well in our conversation and questions today on the dais. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. And I think that because we have the agenda planning session, there probably isn't as much of the questions that go out to the entire board. But I will say that there were questions, and I heard from some of my colleagues mention, there were questions that were raised during a walk-around conversation that occurred. So I don't know how, because staff captures those questions and then they relay them to the appropriate departments to make sure that they are prepared and everybody's prepared to answer the questions, but those aren't reflected back to us as a board. So I'm not sure, that sounds like a convoluted process, so I'm not sure how we could accomplish that. But I'm going to allow you all to give that some thought, and if you think there's a better way that we could approach it, I'm certainly open to those ideas.
And certainly on the walk-arounds, it's impossible, so they're going to have to follow up as they've, when they have those conversations with the school board members individually, and that's an important part of the follow-up, and I think it's very important that that continues. I'm just talking, especially if it's an extensive amount of research that they have to do and questions are submitted to them, I would just ask that whatever process we used in the past, we continue to do that.
Okay, so I will just ask that we make a note of that and that we circle back with the administrative assistants and make sure everybody is aware of the process for circulating the questions to the entire board and to staff at the same time. Any additional comments on item JJ6? Seeing none, all those in favor of item JJ6 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
let the record reflect that Ms. Zaladef voted no. Item JJ6 passes. We are scheduled to have closed door at 12:30. It is now 12:41. I know we don't have a significant amount of items to come, but there are JJ7 and 8, which, if the last conversation is any indication, could be lengthy. So I'm going to call for a recess of the board to have a closed-door session. And did anybody get an idea of how long it would be? We're going to have a working lunch and a closed door. Anyone? No? So let's say, yes, let's just go ahead and make it a full hour and say we'll be back at 1:45. We are in recess. Thank you. All those who don't need to be here for closed door, please find your way out of the room with your belongings, please. Good afternoon. Welcome back. This school board meeting is now reconvened. Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, I would just like to bring to the table G4 again because we have someone in the audience. Thank you.
It has been moved by Ms. Bartleman, second by Ms. Good, to bring item G4 back to the table. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Item G4 is now back on the table. If there's anyone from the audience who would like to address item G4, please come to the microphone and state your name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to address the board.
Okay. Hi, my name is Samantha Costin. All I wanted to say about it is that I'm just here to speak on my behalf. And what had happened was I was in the cafeteria sitting at the table, Miss Simonton's table, because I was her paraprofessional at the time, waiting for her students to come.
Excuse me for just 1 second.
Okay.
When you address the board, I would just ask, it is policy that you don't use individual names or make comments about people who aren't here, so they are not here to provide their position to the board.
Okay, I
Thank
didn't know
you.
that. Okay, so I'm waiting for the students to come in, and 2 students came in that I had to go and grab them by the hand because otherwise they will run all over the place. And so I grabbed them by the hand, and one student was going like this while I was trying to walk him over to the table. And just out of fear, because the student has attacked me numerous times, just out of fear, I let go of his hand, and he fell on the floor, and he fell. Like, I didn't do anything to that student. He fell on his own. So I don't know what else to say.
Well, thank you. The board doesn't go back and forth with public speakers. So if you're done making your comments, then I do have a comment to make just in general when you're finished.
I just want to say it wasn't a deliberate act, not at all. I'm not that kind of person to do that. Like I said, just out of fear, I let go because this student attacked me numerous times and I had bruises on my arms. So that's it. It wasn't deliberate at all.
Thank you. Are you finished?
Yes.
Yes,
I'm done.
thank you. So, Mr. Runcie, if you'd like to direct. Okay, so Ms. Marte is right over there. She's the acting chief of human resources. No, you're not. Your task assigned. What are you doing? Oh, okay. That's what she is.
Okay.
And she's the person that you would need to speak with. We appreciate you bringing your comments forward to us, but we do not deliberate about that here, and there's an opportunity for you to go through a process. So if you could speak with Ms. Marte,
No problem.
she will help you. Thank you.
Heather?
Yes?
So Mr. Runcie suggested that we separate it out for now, or, because once we vote on it, the action is taken, so. Because you separated out the other G4 gentleman because you were working on it, and I don't know if you're working on it.
Let's separate it out so I can hear back from Ms. Martin.
So to,
Because it would only be fair that we do that.
Yeah.
That's why.
Okay.
Okay.
So someone tell me how I'm going to do that. I'm going to am I postponing it till the next meeting? Is she the only G4 now or no? Because we took the other guy off.
Didn't we already vote on G4?
Yes, we brought it back to the table just now.
Okay. So now we want to separate. Right. So you need to rescind your prior vote and then separate and then vote on it again.
So wait, so the first motion is to rescind our prior vote?
Yes.
I make a motion to rescind our prior vote.
It's been moved by Ms. Bartleman and second by Ms. Rupert that we rescind our prior vote on item G4 earlier today. All those in, oh, I'm sorry, audience input? Any comment? All those in favor of rescinding the previous G4 vote indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
Okay, and then I'm going to separate out this teacher, a paraprofessional, ESP, and postpone her to the next meeting.
I think her name is Samantha Austin.
Samantha.
Okay. Do you want to state the name for the record? Because I don't have the name right in front of me right here.
Samantha Costin.
Okay. And that was moved by Ms. Bartleman, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on separating the name from G4 item.
And postponing her to the next meeting.
And postponing it to the next meeting. Okay, no audience input, colleague input. All those in favor of separating and postponing to the next meeting the name as indicated by Ms. Batista indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Okay, that item has been separated, and now we will vote again on item G4 as amended. All those, I'm sorry. Yes.
Was it amended with the other person
No,
before?
it was revised by the superintendent this morning and given to us as a revised item.
Okay, good, just want to make sure
Yes,
we
thank
include
you.
that. Okay.
Any audience input on G4 as amended now? Seeing none, any colleague input on item G4 as amended? All those in favor of item G4 as amended indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item passes unanimously as amended. May the chair have a motion, well, let me ask my colleagues, we're going to do JJ7 and JJ8 separately?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, may I have a motion and a second on item JJ7, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Bartleman. Audience input on item JJ7. Seeing none, I have colleague input. I'll begin with Ms. Bartleman to my left.
Okay, so I really want an ESOL Welcome Center. I'm very good with that. But when I was speaking to staff, I asked this question because it's $500,000 for the improvements to the site for this, including parking and drainage. So my question was about how we selected the site. I said, did they come to you and say, what's an under-enrolled and the easiest site to do this for, which would cost the least amount of money? And they said, no, you pick the site. And I just wanted to know, because there were two ways we could have done this. You pick the site because you have a reason, or you look at the area in general, and then you pick the site that has the room and the least expense. Like, for instance, the parking here is going to cost a lot of money. So I just wanted to understand the reasoning behind this site.
Sure, Leslie Brown, Chief Portfolio Services Officer. The process for selection of a site is actually quite lengthy. We actually work directly with the department that we're working on with the site. Our real estate facility management team goes down, takes a look at what their services are, and then finds a site that matches their services needed. So we took a look at several different sites. We actually took a look at where the ESOL data and families most likely would need additional support.
Okay.
It was the recommendation from the ESOL department to be in this area.
Perfect.
When we took a look at, then the next step is to take a look at enrollment and to take a look at whether or not there was sort of what you might call an out parcel building, so that we could separate it specifically from the rest of the campus, you know, so that we could, you know, safety and security separate it, because there would be parents and community members going into the site. So in that particular area, this particular site actually met the conditions of being able to separate the 6 classroom modular, but it is permanent space.
Right.
As well as having a parking area and access from, what do we want to call it, egress, ingress,
Right.
from an immediate road, so somebody wouldn't have to come through the campus to try and get to the site. When we first started considering this site, when we went out to take a look at it, there was a permeable parking lot that we did take a look at, and that was a part of the consideration, is that it is actually already a permeable parking area. When we moved further into the project, there were some concerns about whether or not we could continue to use the permeable or whether or not it had to be asphalted. And that's when we started to see some of the project costs go up. And Sam and the team actually took a look at that And these estimates are a result of that shift from a permeable parking lot to a
Right, because from my
impervious, thank you.
For the biggest part of this project is going to be almost $400,000 for a parking lot, and based on my conversation with you guys. And it's just hard for me to spend $400,000 on a parking lot. And were there any other, knowing that we're spending that money on a parking lot, were there any other schools in the similar vicinity that could have worked that maybe were your second choice that wouldn't cost? If I'm putting $400,000 into something, I don't want it to be a parking lot, I guess I want to say. So were there any second choices that could even work, or is this it? That's my question.
Yeah,
and by the way, I just want to preface this by saying I want to do this. Don't take this as I don't want to have this, I don't want to do it, and I want to do what's best for the parents and the community. I just wanted to know, was there any other second choice that may have worked without this, or maybe the second choice would have cost more on the other end? I just want to hear the thinking, that's all.
Yeah, yeah. So when we worked on this project, it was specific to the criteria that I just stated, and we also worked with the principal, who also wanted the program at the school. Very, very supportive of the program. There were not any other sites, in the immediate area that we could actually separate the building. This is the biggest challenge that we're seeing about putting, sites in other places where we can have a separate building where we can actually, section it off, quadrant it off from the rest of the campus.
Okay, so Mr. Runcie, I just want to make sure, based on that, I'm still apprehensive about spending $400,000 on a parking lot. If you think this is the best option, then I'm gonna go with it, definitely, because this is much needed for the community, and if this is the zip code where they need it, I just know we have so much empty space around this county, and I don't know what, you have to weigh it. I mean, I know the principal wants it, but like I said, if you had to separate off another area, it could cost more money. So I want to make sure that you've reviewed this thoroughly and you're okay with this recommendation.
Yes, unfortunately, as you know, the the excess capacity we have is not always exactly in the locations where the need is at any moment in time. The parking situation is a very real one. I can tell you, we did a situation over at Lauderdale Manors, for example, right? And did not adequately address some of the parking needs there, and it remains to be a significant challenge. So given our past experience, and I know what we're going into now, I think we should address it on the front side rather than dealing with complaints and challenges on the back end.
Oh, well, I'm not saying not do the parking. I'm saying that, was there another site that maybe had the parking?
At this time, no.
That was my question. Yeah. Okay, then I agree if this is the site that you think is best. Okay, no problem then. I support it.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Ms. Rupert?
My questions were answered, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn.
Thank you. Just the timing of this, the other two, and this actually also applies to J8. So the sale of this hasn't occurred, whereas in the sale actually had occurred already. So what is the possibility of this falling through?
So we actually are very, very close on the actual sale.
It's January 18th of 2020 is the close date.
Go ahead.
Chris Akbusu, good afternoon, board members. As you know, we pretty much entered into the sale and purchase agreement in December. We did a first amendment on March 5th. So that moved the anticipated closing date to February 20, 2020 at this point in time.
February 20th?
2020, yes.
Right,
correct.
okay. So just, the backup that you provided says January 18th.
Yeah.
So, but with that said, the risk then is borne by the district. If we did not close on this, then between JJ7 and JJ8, we have over $1 million that we would have spent to relocate without the sale. So I know that the sale obviously, we would go back and look for, to put it back on the market. But I'm just concerned, in the closing, what condition does it say the property will be delivered in the sale agreement?
As is.
Well, it's as is, because those portables, they will have to demolish them at their own cost. Typically, as you know, there's going to be all the permitted exemptions, in the contract itself that both sides agree to. Typical, there's no eminent domain provisions, those typical things in contracts, right? Except if there's conditions in terms of the seller's default, which there are provisions we may unintentionally, which is not going to be intentional, or not intentionally, that we defaulted, meaning something we conveyed and it wasn't true. So beyond those typical, which is in the contract, we expect the closing to pretty much take place.
Okay, but the deposit at this point, has the deposit gone hard on the sale?
The deposit, as you see in the contract we did, right? The deposit comes hard at points in time. So that's in the contract, because they're not going to agree to the over $2 million becoming hard at the same time. So to be fair, so as they go through points in time, they become hard.
Okay.
So after the inspection, because as you know, the inspection, they can walk away after the period.
Mm-hmm.
After that, then it becomes, hard at points in time. That's how the contract is structured.
Right. What I'm asking is now, because we're about to make a decision now. Is any of the deposit hard at this stage?
No, because they're still within the inspection period.
Okay. So my concern is in the timing, and how much time do we anticipate this once we take action, how much time will it take for us to be able to complete all the improvements and make the relocation?
December 2019.
Is when everything's going to be done. If we act now, that's how much time it will take.
Correct. We would be moving into the relocatable site at Flanagan over Christmas break, and the new site, MSID Community School South, would begin in January, and the sale would happen, the official sale would happen close after.
Okay. So the reason I'm bringing all this up is I'm just trying to get a comfort level that at least a portion of the deposit would be hard on the sale before initiating taking actual action, because it just mitigates our risk. But at the same time, if we have to vacate by the closing date, we have to obviously give ourselves enough time. So that's what I'm asking is that how critically important is the action taking it today, April 9th, knowing our intended move is December 19th? Do we need that full time frame? If we had delayed it, let's just say even a month, would that make a difference in terms of any of the deposit going hard? If the answer is no, then obviously it doesn't make sense for us to delay, or if you tell me that we don't have time in the delivery of getting all of the scope of work done, and I'm seeing Sam tell me we do not have any gap of time to be able to delay this. Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to my colleagues for all the questions. And I think if we all remember when we were thinking about selling that property on 172nd, I was one board member that always raised concerns time and time again, especially because of the vital programs that we have at that location. I was always extremely concerned that those programs would continue to occur, and in the midst of this sale, that those programs would be relocated. And I think each time staff brought an item before us, and they brought an item for us several times, the issue was addressed by myself and others. And so it's really vital that the programs that are there that are very successful and meet the need, at least not only in the entire county, but I know in the South, continue to occur. And so there was a great deal of due diligence by staff, and I know that I had some concerns about potential locations that they were considering. And I will just say to JJ7 that Pines Lakes is an ideal location. It is a school that definitely embraces this program coming to their campus. It's a school that does not, it's a small school. It doesn't have a large parking lot, so there's not absolutely not sufficient parking in that school to accommodate one more vehicle. However, the modulars that are in the back of the school are ideal because the school campus can be literally separated from the modulars can be separated from the rest of the campus by some type of fencing. And there is a gated access way that allows families that were to come to this new location right off the street there and come right into the location and not have to intermingle with any of the families that would be going to Pines Lakes Elementary. The back area of the school, although it's grassy, it also had some kind of, I don't even know what you call it, but it was like some paver type of layout that allowed from some parking on the location in the past when they needed maybe the ability to park a couple of cars. And I think there's some emergency access that comes through the back of the school as well for fire. But it definitely needs some additional parking. That was always my concern because the school does not have it. But I will say that to relocate the Cecil program and department to this location and to make it more of an international welcome center is ideal. We should be very proud of investing dollars in this location to ensure that this school campus will be utilized to its full potential. Not only will it be used for its full potential, but it will be providing a vital service to that community, which so desperately needs that service to continue to occur. So I am, I've always asked a lot of questions of staff. I know they did a tremendous amount of due diligence in looking for alternate locations. Their focus was always to locate an under-enrolled school to be able to, utilize it again to its best potential. Not many campuses have the ability to separate the school from this program in the way that this campus does. It's truly ideal. I'm super excited, and I will say that if we don't do this now, we will not have enough time to relocate the program to an alternate location before the sale of the property. That was my concern not so long ago when another item came before us, and I was very concerned about the timing issue, and I've asked about that time and time again. And so for me, it's vitally important that if we're going to support the sale, if we supported the sale of the property, understanding that the program was going to be relocated, then this item before us should be supported equally. So thank you very much, and I will be voting in favor of this item.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Mrs. Aladev?
Thank you. Can you tell me what fencing gates with panic hardware is?
Those are your pedestrian gates that you need for egress for emergencies. The panic hardware on those gates. So that is part of your emergency evacuation area from that location to move off to another location.
And what is the panic hardware? I mean, is that just what it's called, or?
Say that one more time?
Is there more to it with the panic hardware?
Well, panic hardware, it's a term that's used, and it just means that you can get out with that push bar at any time, but it can be locked from the other side to where people cannot directly access into an area that they should not be in.
Okay, thank you. And then what is the upgrades in the technology infrastructure for Building 85?
Those are all IT concerns relative to the amount of data flow to that area, and if they would be able to support that without hardwired devices instead of wireless access points. So they are planning to bring significantly more technology there.
Okay, great. And then the $10,000 for moving costs, is that like moving desks?
Teacher, those are effects of the people that are actually relocating. Their personal effects, their teaching effects, their office effects.
And $10,000 is the cost?
That's a budget number, but it's not uncommon at all for us to have that level of expense for relocating people from one area to another.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Just to Ms. Korn's question with regard to when the deposits will go hard on this contract, do you know what the date is? Oh, Chris might have left. You can do it in a follow-up, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay,
Okay.
we'll be sure to get that to you. in
Okay,
follow-up,
perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
There he is.
Is it something he knows off the top of his head, though, is the question?
When are the go-hard dates for the deposit?
The deposit, we already have the deposit. The inspection period is 1 year. The inspection is 81 days. So we're still within the inspection. So once the inspection period is over, and they intend to go forward based on the agreement, then the first chunk, because the deposit is tied to the development review process. So once like the land use, so that's kind of tied to that.
Right, but do you know what the date is?
81 days, the first chunk goes hard.
Yes, 82nd day. I can get you that if you don't
That's
mind.
fine, follow-up, that's fine.
Yeah, I have the schedule. I just called staff now. I didn't have it with me because we laid out once the contract goes.
Okay.
So I don't have, but I can give you those dates.
Yep, that would be awesome, thank
Okay.
you. Any additional comments from my colleagues? All those in favor of item JJ7 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item JJ7 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item JJ8? Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on item JJ8. Please state your name for the record.
Ronald B. Barish. I do concur with Lori Aldahef to renovate the building in lieu of the portables. Everybody, people on the front table there, I want to tell them that because of portables, if any severe weather comes, it could be very serious. In the Midwest, there was a 70-mile-an-hour wind. It took a trailer and blew it about 50 feet and on its side. I suggest highly that they get rid of all the portables in Broward County so that kids can be safe and sound, and make sure that that this weather that we have here, and I know you know that, with hurricanes, especially tornadoes, of which we have 85-mile-an-hour winds sometimes, please make sure that those portables are gone. Keep the kids safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barish. I have several of my colleagues wanting to speak. I have first Mrs. Alhadeff. I'm going to go from the right to the left this time.
So on
JJ8.
Exhibit 1, so I'm just trying to understand, so we have 17 portables that would become available after completion of the planned new permanent 20 classrooms. So the $674,500 is to pay for 17 portables?
It is to provide drainage, some utilities, paving, grading, parking. We have to add some parking to the area. Some minor repairs, and we're moving 2 restroom portables over to that site.
Okay, and then when the 20 classrooms become, the permanent classrooms become available, what's gonna happen to the 17 portables?
The 17 portables will be used for the school that is, the community school that's moving over there.
Thank you.
Ms. Good, did you want to speak now?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Alhadeff. So again, this is another one that when we were talking about the sale of the property, and we have the Community School South, another excellent program, very successful, and serves a diverse population. And we spoke about, again, relocating this program to an alternate site. And I know that staff looked at many locations. but you did run into some difficulties. And the Flanagan site is, again, I think another ideal location in the sense that you have the ability to separate a large component of where the proposed site will be from the remainder of the campus. It'll have, I believe, a separate entrance all on its own, and it's extremely unique. Not all the portables that are there at Flanagan obviously will remain. Some are being demolished, and then these would be obviously repurposed and refurbished in a sense to ensure that we can have a successful program for the Community School South. So, you know, all along we talked when that sale of the property was taking place that that school would be relocated and proceeds from the sale would go to the relocation of that program. And so, to me, it's something that the community was promised. And that site at Flanagan, again, is going to need some renovations if this is going to be a site that's going to be used for the Community School South, and having people coming and going and having a separate entrance. And if it's going to be successful, we have to invest in this area. So I wondered, though, what would be the cost, though, if you had to go in and demolish the programs that were there, the portables that were there? How much would that cost us?
So in some of our estimates for what we've been working on with demolition of relocatables, it's anywhere from 6,000 to 10,000, per relocatable, times, I think it's 40 relocatables that are there. So it could be up to $400,000 to demolish the relocatables.
But in fairness to this, we're only thinking of saving about 17 of them, is that correct? Okay, but it's still a substantial chunk of dollars. So rather than investing in demolishing those portables, we could invest in refurbishing those portables so that we can have a viable program there in the South area. I understand that Flanagan High School is very accepting of having this program on campus, which was another issue, that not every school campus was accepting of having this program at their school site. Flanagan High School is, I believe, very excited to have Community School South there on their campus, which to me is extremely important. The other thing is, the breakdown of race and ethnicity of the students that we serve within the Community School South. I know that your capital and your school choice and other things, facilities, but do we have an idea of the type of breakdown of students that we serve within that program at Community School South? Do you know?
We'll have to get that for you. We do have, over the past 4 years, we've had over 1,000 families participate. As a general comment, we can say that they probably reflect the same community that's going to that school, because it's those families that would be accessing the community school, which of course is
Right, so it's a diverse population.
Very diverse.
And so, with regard to, again, it's another situation where we're going to have to renovate the site to ensure that the program can be moved over in time for it to be up and going when the property on 172nd gets sold. So again, this is something that we've talked about time and time again. This is not new to the discussion, our topic of discussion today. From the very beginning, when we were talking about 172nd being sold, we were always talking about the programs being relocated and the critical importance of relocating those programs to other successful sites. And you yourself, Ms. Brown, came here and gave us updates on some of the issues that you were having within some locations that you were looking at. And I will say that of all the properties that you looked at, I have to believe that the Flanagan School site would be ideal, not only because it's the same area within that population that we will be serving with the Community School South. And it has the ability to keep everybody separated from the school campus, which to me, safety is a priority, and we need to make sure that that continues to occur. And again, investing in those portables instead of investing in just demolishing them and then not having a home for Community School South, to me, is not an answer. So I look forward, again, to seeing this finally happen and the program successfully transferred to another location, such as Flanagan High School. its new home. I know everybody's looking forward to it being located there. And again, the sale of the property is anywhere in line of $21 million. And I think taking a portion of those dollars to invest in this location, like we said from the very beginning, is critically important. So I will be supporting JJ8. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Ms. Korn?
Just a quick question on the logistics of this, because there is going to be the other work being done. Just can you help us in terms of the timing? Because they're two separate projects, but talking about the same, basically, piece of real estate and infrastructure.
So we're going to coordinate with Frank and his group with the work that's going on there so that we're not impacting what they're doing with the bond. But we are going to immediately start with the work that we need to do with those portables, with getting them ready for us to do the move in December.
Okay, I just
So
want to
we
make
will
sure.
coordinate with them to make sure that we're not impacting on either side.
Okay, and the reason I'm saying that is because there are certain things that we could do in terms of preparing the infrastructure for this facility that could then make it more expensive or almost a double expense when the next phase of work ends up being completed. And I don't know what the whole scope of the work is, other than I know they're putting a brand-new building and taking away, and so that may require certain infrastructure, certain infrastructure to be placed in certain locations and, not building on. So that's what I'm just making sure, from a site perspective, that it's completely coordinated between what we do here and knowing what the future construction is going to be in scope of work.
Sam Bays, Director of Maintenance. We were discussing this morning.
Okay, perfect.
Actually, I think there are synergies as opposed to conflicts. For instance, CORE has a wonderful perimeter fence system around the portable campus. That's a real synergy for our work. So we absolutely can hopefully double shift and make gains and save money here as opposed to causing conflicts.
Okay, perfect. Just wanted to make sure that we were addressing that up front. I just don't want an item to come to us and say, well, we did this, and now because we did those initial steps, we have some additional expense that we weren't anticipating. So thank you very much. Perfect. I love that answer.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Ms. Rupert?
Once again, my questions were answered. Thank you.
Ms. Bartleman?
How many portables are there total at Flanagan that could be available?
How many portables?
Total.
There are a total of 19 in the area remaining. Mrs. Bartleman, there were 12 taken down as part of the new building project.
Okay, and are the hours of Community School South the same hours as the students who come back to like the drop back in for credit recovery? The reason I'm asking this is because that we don't have a real address for the portable site, so I just used the restaurant near the portable site. And actually, Walter C. Young is 9.1 miles, or one is 9.1 miles, and one is 10 miles away from the current annex site that we have, the original Weston ninth grade annex in Sunrise. So I just waived it. Okay, and I know, that's what Waze said. So there's a 5-mile difference between Flanagan and Walter C. Young. I just waived it. I put in that address.
Taking you different.
Okay, no, but my question is, that's why I was asking, if we're investing all of this and you have that site and there's only a 5 or 6 mile difference, there's no way to put it all in one big site? There's no room? That's why I'm asking. Are the hours different? Is there any way to use all the portables at Flanagan? And
So a lot of the portables at Flanagan have already been removed because there's actually a tilt-up building already there. My husband works there.
Well, I don't know this, so
Yeah,
that's
so
why
there's
I'm
a
asking.
brand, there's actually, it's very exciting. There's a brand-new building
Okay.
that they're working on right now. So what we have remaining are.
It's 19, you said.
Correct.
And you're using 17.
And there are 2 that we believe we are not going to be able to use.
But you needed 6 at Walter C. Young, correct? How many
I'm
did
not
you
quite
need?
sure where Walter C. Young is coming in. We went from 172nd Street, not Walter C. Young.
You're moving 172nd Street.
To Flanagan.
No, not 100, you're moving the previous item, the very first item. Okay.
JJ7 or JJ8?
JJ6?
JJ6.
So I'm on JJ8.
Yeah, I know, but I'm asking the question. You're moving JJ6 to the middle school.
No, we're moving OCL students to an OCLC site at Pioneer Annex.
I'm sorry, I said Walter C. Young, Pioneer.
We
I
are not
apologize.
moving them to Pioneer.
Sorry,
Middle
that's why, now it doesn't make sense what I'm saying. I used the
Okay.
wrong school. I'm sorry, now does it all make sense? I apologize. I always mess up the names of the schools. Okay, so this was my point. So you're moving, and I did Google Pioneer, and it's 5-mile difference between Pioneer and Flanagan. That's the drive, according to my Waze, but we should check it because I put in the addresses. But my question is I wanted to know if there was enough room, since there is such a short distance between the two sites, if you just take Community School South and the OCL kids and put them, is that a possible, where you could put them all at Flanagan, as opposed to doing the site work on 2 different sites?
So the use of the Pioneer Annex is not to help, well, they can go if they want to drive there, but it is to help the people from the Weston New River Circle site.
Correct.
Not taking community from Pembroke Pines.
I know.
And
But what I'm saying is,
Southwest
you
Ranches.
said before they all had cars, that's what you said, and there's only a 5-mile difference between these 2 sites, between Flanagan and the site you're moving them to.
We also have another OCLC site in the South area already. So we don't,
Well, I'm just trying to, when I'm charged with trying to be a good custodian, and this question I just thought of, like, we're investing money in portables at the other site and bathrooms for structures that at any time could go. You're doing all this, the same kind of work at Flanagan, which I agree with, and for only 5 miles, I just wanted to know if it would work to move that site with those kids, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But you're only talking, if they're driving anyway, it's only a 5-mile difference, right? So that was my question, and I think that's a fair question to ask, because we're investing $500,000 in one site, and the other site we're investing $574,000. And I was just trying to find a way, if you combine the 2 sites, since it's such a short distance apart, would it work? And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but it's something that should be asked and explored.
Sure.
Because I really hate spending the $500,000 on portable sites, and if you can put them all on Flanagan or divide them up and look at the addresses, it may work. That's all I'm saying, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. I just wanted to ask that question. So it may not work, I don't know.
yeah. So one of the challenges is parking. So we've actually split the parking out so that we do need the 2 sites.
Okay, then that's the answer to my
And just the
question.
numbers.
Okay, well, then that answers the question, okay.
Thank you, Ms. Bartman.
Ms. Korn?
To that point, I actually like the out-of-box thinking, but we still have a certain number of students to have to accommodate.
Right.
So we would still have to be improving portables for those students. You're just talking about at which site. But I don't know how would that save us money by
Because
putting them on the same
because
site?
at the other site, you're doing the bathrooms, and you're doing the data, and you're doing the ramps, you're doing some irrigation, and here, you would just be adding 2 additional portables, where the other one you're doing 6, and you're doing the existing bathroom. It was just an idea. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but I thought it should be explored, especially if they run on different time schedules where the portables can be used at different times. That was it. It doesn't work.
Okay,
according
I was
to-
gonna say, I don't understand, because to me, if you need 6 portables for one program and 17 for the other, you need that many portables no matter where you put them.
It depends on the time the programs run. Because some of the programs are evening programs and some of the programs are day programs. So if you have portables that can be, you would actually be maximizing the use of the portable in the night and in the day. And that was the reasoning behind my question.
So all the programs do run simultaneously?
Even
We
the
have different
adult
sessions?
programs?
Yes.
Oh, then
We
I
have adult
thought
programs
we
in the
had
morning.
offered nighttime programs.
We do, but they
But not
run-
at these sites.
They run ESOL, GED, ABE in a morning session, a mid-morning session, an afternoon session, and an evening session. We run OCLC in a morning session, a mid-morning.
Oh, so
an
they're
afternoon, and an
simultaneously.
evening. Yeah.
Okay, well, it was worth it. It's
No, I
worth to
appreciate your
explore
question.
it.
That's why I asked the
Just
question.
didn't
because
I was
to me,
under
it seemed
the-
like you were still having to improve.
Well, we're still short 4 portables because they only have 2 extra portables at Flanagan. But if you looked at at the other south area and you looked at the addresses of the kids that went there, if there was room at the other OCL site in the south area, and you really drilled the data of the kids, you may be able to find room at that existing site. Where is that existing site?
It's H.D. Perry Education Center.
So that's further, okay, all right. I just wanna, it's very hard to invest so much money in portables, and then we have to have these programs, I'm not arguing it.
Yep.
I just was trying to figure it out, that was it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any additional comments from my colleagues? Yes, Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you to my colleagues, and also to Ms. Korn. To your point, I think one thing that they have done at that campus is kind of work with the big picture in mind for all the various options. And so the building's up, they separated the portable locations and kept in mind the possibility of, you know, the program relocating to that location. So that's, I guess, what Mr. Sam Bays was talking about is exactly what's happened there. They've kept that in mind, and really there's not hopefully going to be a need to relook at some of the things that they've done there. So I'm very proud of what.
I appreciate that. We've been actually working with Michael Bobby from the HERE team. He knows exactly what pieces, how things get passed through to get to the new site. We have had 3 or 4 meetings on the simultaneous development of both of those projects.
Yeah, it's really worked beautifully there on that campus, so thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson?
Yes, I just wanted to make an additional comment that if you remember years ago, I had brought up and we had board agreement that we were paying rent for some of these things to be in other locations. So to bring them in-house is actually saving us money on these items. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues? Seeing none, all those in favor of item JJ8 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item L3, please?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Aladeff. Audience input on L3? Seeing none, I have Ms. Rupert.
Hold on. Thanks, I got it.
Yes, ma'am, I apologize. I would like to speak on L3.
Oh, I'm sorry, I said it a little too quickly. Yes, go ahead. Please
Yes,
state your
Mark.
name for the record. Hold on one second, let him get the timer ready.
Yes, ma'am. Mark Boudreau, Recreation Programs Administrator for the City of Pomino Beach. I would like to say that this is an outstanding project. I'd like to commend staff for their cooperation in moving this item forward. Our city is looking forward to a great $11 million project, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
And my sentiments exactly. I'm very excited about this. It's a great partnership, and we're looking forward to it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Any additional comment from my colleagues? Seeing none, all those in favor of L3 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item L3 passes unanimously. Thank you. May I have a motion and a second on item LL1?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on LL1. Seeing none, I have Ms. Bartleman.
My only question was about the security, and I didn't see an email response, and maybe you sent it, but I didn't get it pulled in my papers here.
We did send one, and I apologize. This is actually a part of the Gulfstream Early Learning Center.
Right.
This is our foster grandparents program that's on the campus.
Oh, then they're all screened.
Yeah.
But you weren't there on last Monday, or last Tuesday when I asked that question.
Yeah,
That would have
and
been
I
easy.
apologize.
No, it's okay, thank you, I'm fine
You're
with that
welcome.
then, thank you.
No, there was also, there was a response by staff that was
Right.
included. So in addition, any visitor is being escorted to and from the area by staff that's already been screened. So there's nobody that's going to be on the campus by themselves sort of walking.
But they're not gonna let them walk out, right? Because all the kids are in the middle
Correct.
playing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments from my colleagues on item LL1? Seeing none, all those in favor of item LL1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item LL1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on LL2 and LL3?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Good. All those in, I'm sorry, that was a little ahead of myself. Public comment, please, on LL2 and LL3. Seeing none, any colleague comment? Seeing none, all those in favor of LL2 and 3 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items LL2 and LL3 pass unanimously. Mr. Moquin, just double checking. According to my records, we've,
Yes, that disposes of the entire agenda.
thank you very much. Okay, so at this time, the board will recess this meeting. We are going to have an additional closed-door session, and we will reconvene at 4:55 to take public speakers at 5 p.m. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. This school board meeting is now reconvened. This is the time of the agenda when school board members will hear from speakers. Each listed speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Speakers are reminded to demonstrate proper decorum, and school board members will not discuss or take official action on any speaker comments. Further, at the conclusion of public speakers, the chair will provide an opportunity for the superintendent or his cabinet at his discretion to provide comments regarding any subject matter or issues raised by public speakers. Additionally, the superintendent may have members of his staff speak to an individual public speaker in an effort to address his or her concerns and provide any follow-up to public speakers' concerns back to the board. Before I call the first speaker, just as a reminder, I am going to read the part of the policy that talks about decorum, just so that we remember, because we do have a full house here and outside in the pre-function room, in the hallway, and outside the building. No heckling, shouting, comments from the audience, verbal outbursts, or any other disruptive behavior shall be permitted. No signs or placards shall be allowed in the board meeting, and I appreciate you guys sending those outside because I saw that you did have them in here, and I appreciate that as the chair. Persons exiting the board meeting shall do so quietly. Just because I just heard a cell phone, I will read this. Personal cellular telephone conversations while in the room where the board meeting is being conducted are not permitted. Such conversations are permitted only during meeting breaks or recess. Ringers or any portable electronic device must be set to silence mode to avoid disruption of the proceedings. I will say this before we begin the speakers. We as a board are intent on listening to what every public speaker has to say, and in order for us to be able to hear what is being said at the microphone, we would appreciate it if you would not have outbursts while the person is speaking. It makes it difficult for us to hear. So at this time, the chair will call the first speaker, Stephanie Shaw, and I apologize if I don't pronounce your name correctly, Leva. And I'm going to have staff take a moment to make sure that the person is not outside of the doors of this room.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Shaw-Leva, and I've got a couple questions to ask you. And no, I'm not a teacher. I'm a substitute teacher. I'm the backbone of all of these people. Have you ever showed up to work and had to wait 20 minutes in the heat for a door to be opened? Have you ever gone 5 hours to go to the restroom, but you can't because if you walk out the door will be closed behind?
Please stay at the mic so we can hear you.
Just demonstrating. Have you ever gone 17 years without a pay raise? I make $84 and change, I'm not sure. Have you ever been to 5 different classrooms and in one of those classrooms doubled up in the classroom? Probably not, but these fine young men and women do know that. I'm here for 2 reasons. First of all, substitute teachers need to get more money. We used to get a $500 bonus if we worked more than 100 days a year. We don't get that anymore, and we really need to up. I consider myself a professional substitute teacher. I work at only 2 schools. They know me, I know them. But really the number one reason why I'm here today is substitute teachers do not get appropriate training. I'm a former flight attendant. I've been in a plane crash. I'm CERT trained. I know what emergencies are. I've lived through hurricanes. I don't know if any of you, although I know one of you unfortunately lost a child, had been through a code red and were not appropriately trained. This is what I have for my training. And it took me 25 years to get a real badge. If I get a code red, it means a threat, an incident inside the facility and lockdown. That doesn't tell anybody anything. The schools have appropriate training for the staff, but they will not pay for a substitute teacher to stay on a professional release day or an early release day to get the appropriate training. I've been through 2 in the past couple months, and I tell my students 3 things. There will be no talking. You know, the code red is when everything's off. That means if there's a door that someone can get in, you got to barricade it. You turn off all your lights, you turn off all the computers, you turn off all your phones. And then if you were a real teacher, you would have an area, maybe a desk, a working area or something, and you could hide in there. No, I had to hide under like the desk like these ladies and gentlemen here. And I say 3 things to them. The first one is, we can't talk. The second thing is, I have a 19-year-old daughter. You are my children. No one gets hurt on my watch. And the third one is, I'm going to say a prayer. And those are the tools that I have. Is it asking too much for the person who's in safeguard of a classroom to be trained appropriately?
Thank you, Ms. Leva. Thank you. The next public speaker is Delvin King. The next public speaker is Delvin King. Dr. Neesmith, do we have somebody outside checking to see whether or not this individual is here to speak? Thank you. Delvin King. Thank you. The next public speaker is Sandra Nunez. The next public speaker is Ronnie Flournoy.
He's here.
And Mr. Flournoy, if you're going to be giving your minutes to Dr. Jurmanovich, she should probably come in the door right behind you because she's next on the list.
Not her today,
Okay.
but to Anna Fusco.
Awesome. Thank
Okay,
you.
okay.
Duly noted.
All right, thank you.
The next speaker on the list is Dr. Trudy Jurmanovich.
My name is Dr. Trudy Jurmanovich, and you've recently been discussing how this board will make a 5-year plan. Your 5-year plan should be shrunk to today. The plan should be, after recent negotiations, the board was supposedly trying to be open and posted the negotiated items that were put up by the board on every school's website during spring break. If you look at the actual contract language, you can see the board appears to have gone overboard to take back a promise made to the public in the language of the referendum. This is a little bit from the bond. The bond said that you would increase compensation to recruit and retain highly qualified district teachers and fund other essential instruction-related expenses, preserving important programs in the district schools. In the school board's recent proposal to BTU, which might sound wonderful to an untrained eye, you said in legalese, if legislation is enacted which require a portion of the referendum proceeds be distributed to charter schools, then the aggregate amount of the funds to be allocated in the corresponding employee referendum supplement shall be reduced proportionately based on the amount of the reduction compared to the total proceeds from the referendum before the reduction. That means that the district will not fight for what the voters of Broward County thought they were getting, a raise for district public school teachers. This language is inappropriate for a contract negotiation, but more importantly, it tells the public that they can't trust what this school board puts on a ballot. The language should be stripped from the board's proposal as the bond was already passed by the voters, and the state of Florida should not be able to change the language whenever they see fit. Why should more tax dollars be put into the back pockets of the charter school companies? Recently, Broward County voters decided to give public school teachers a raise for a period of 4 years. They did not vote to give more money to private school charter companies who are siphoning off the tax dollars in so many ways. The public trust in real public schools must be restored, and you should start by giving the public school teachers the raise they deserve. Words in this plan mean nothing if you do not provide the necessary actions for implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jovanovich. The next speaker is Anna Fusco. Dr. Neesmith, make sure you have 6 minutes. Thank you. I'm going to ask again so that we have the opportunity to hear people's names being called and to hear everything that you say, because I know they're very excited that you're about to speak, that they not interrupt your 6 minutes.
Oh, they won't.
Thank you.
They'll interrupt other things. Anna Fusco, Broward Teacher Union President, 5th grade teacher, Broward County Public Schools. I stand before you and before all of our Broward Teacher Union members that are sitting inside this room, outside this room, that outside in the streets, outside in the lobby, that you won't let us in. But I do notice that there's people sitting at this table that don't normally sit there. So again, we see management and directors get preference over the workforce, and the blue shirts are discriminated against. So I know I sit in many meetings where this is busting at the seams, busting at the seams. But when Broward Teachers Union is in the house, we get a stronghold on us. I've asked you guys not to do that. I don't see why it keeps happening. But okay, let me move on to why we are here today. We've had 11 negotiation sessions. Broward Teachers Union has sat down at every session with good faith. We came back with what we felt were the needs of our teachers and our other 2 bargaining units, because we actually get out there and speak to them. We have town halls, we're in schools, we have PD every single day of the week, including Saturdays, where we have face-to-face with our members, and they tell us what they want. We have interactions with them on social media, through our website, emails to me, Facebook Messenger, whichever which way they get to us, I take notes on every single thing. We've given you guys letter campaigns. We've done phone campaigns. We want everybody to speak to you so you can hear what we want, what we deserve, not being sat at the table and told it's only what Anna Fusco wants. How dare the district even think that? I sit before my members, from my members, and are directed by them. I actually listen and hear their needs. What's going on in the schools? Good or bad? Great or not so great? Dirty or clean? Great working conditions, poor working conditions? Awesome admin, bad admin? Whatever it is, we hear it, we listen to it, we try to come up with solutions. If we don't have the answers to help them, we reach out to the directors, we reach out to you. We need you guys to stop sitting up on your thrones. You got my email over the weekend. Guys, I sent them a hell of an email. And stop saying that you value us, you respect us. You know what we need? We need you to show it. We work hard. We don't show up in January to come to work. We don't want to raise till January. We get sick from our schools. We get sick from our students. We get sick from the stress. We get sick from the pressure. We've gotten sick from the horrible tragedy that's happened. There are multiple reasons of why things are making us ill, and we want to have a cost on our insurance. The deductibles are high enough. The co-payments are high enough. We would like to have a reward of our insurance that we need. If we had less pressure, if we had less stress, if we had cleaner schools, if we had kids that weren't kicking, hitting, biting, punching us, treating us like we're less than human, We might not be taking so many days and sick and having to go. So I'm asking you guys, I know you've had closed-door sessions. I don't know if you're going to have another one after this. I don't know what's happening in them. I don't know till you sit down with us at the table. But I've asked you, I've called every one of you and spoke to you wholeheartedly. I call them and I speak to them, guys. You know what I hear from them? We value the teachers. We respect the teachers. We're on the side of teachers. Well, you say to me one-on-one, what I need you to do is show it to your 15,000 teachers, your 3,000 ESPs, and your 500 TSPs. While you're at it, to the other half of the employees. They could use some love too. I'm really disheartened that I have to be here today. When we want to work together, we want to make sure that our Broward County Public Schools is known as greatness. Not the B district that people are criticizing. Our brother and sister Dade and Palm Beach are shining. One reason why they're shining is because they're valuing their educators in their schools. They're showing them that they're loved. They're showing them that they're needed. And it's showing into their classrooms, onto their students. You ever hear the saying, not a happy home, not a happy mommy? Well, we're human. Our teachers get up every day and come in and work with our students through thick and thin. They know they're not getting paid well. They still love what they're doing. And they're going to come back. Don't use it, you know they're going to come back no matter what, to not pay them what they're worth, to not show them what they're worth. Expect us to come back, show up, and be there all the time, but still show some love, some respect, some value, some gratitude. The insurance needs to be wholeheartedly looked into of what we've asked at the table. Evaluations needs to be looked into. It is not objective. I don't know what you're hearing. Why the evaluations department wants to keep saying it. It is completely subjective. We have put across the table a beautiful plan that would actually be used and not a guess. We might get to 60%. How about that, guys? They might get to it. We know when the value system is changed, when the scales are changed, when they're giving us a chance to earn better point system, and earn it. We're asking to earn it. We're not asking to get it, to give it to us, because we do earn it, but it doesn't reflect, because you got admin that comes in there and what we think we should see, what we want to see, and not actually what we see. We want to be valued. Stop saying it and show it. I'm asking this on behalf of the 18,000 bargaining unit members that I stand before and represent, and they're my boss right now. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Joan King. Joan King. I'm getting a wave from the audience that says she's not here. Ronald B. Barish. Ronald B. Barish. Thank you. Ronald B. Barish. Thank you, Mr. Barish. Please state your name for the record.
Ronald B. Barish. Good afternoon, board members, Robert Runcie, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to go a little bit more before I go to that. 9-year-old girl has epilepsy. You kept her out of school. Hogwash. Not good, wrong, ridiculous. It is a, if it was an LPN or if it was or an RN, they should know what to do. Even if it wasn't, it's pre-measured. Okay? Federal law says every child is entitled to a public school education. But some South Florida family says the Broward County Public School District is keeping a 9-year-old out of school because of the medicine she needs. 9-year-old Gianna Geller is about the sweetest little girl you'll ever meet. Okay? Now, I also want to say this, that when a seizure starts, she needs a dose of the medicine, and in the rare event the seizure does not stop. Her doctor said she needs a second dose. okay? But Broward County Public School System will not allow a school nurse to give the second dose because the little girl cannot be enrolled in the school. I want her enrolled in that school. That's number one. Number two, a 10-year-old boy was killed. In a metal detector, a 10-year-old metal detector, a knife confiscated. It would have been confiscated at Coral Springs High School. Okay, a 10-year-old boy was killed because of a fight. Okay, a fight in South Carolina. No one tried to stop it until it was too late. Make absolutely sure this does not happen in Broward County. Bullying can be extremely dangerous in South Carolina, especially in South Carolina. Andrew Pollock now has a canine named Meadow, canine dog. The name of his deceased daughter. He started a patrol dog for every school in the United States, first one patrolling MSDSH. I am a retired president of the American Postal Workers Union, AFL-CIO, and I and the APWU and its 700,000 members will support the BTU Teachers Union and across the United States of America. Give them the raises they deserve, and the substitute teachers, raise them to $15 an hour.
Thank you, Mr. Barish. The next public speaker is Lyle Milstein.
Good evening, board members.
Good evening.
My name is Lyle Milstein. This will actually be my fourth and final time before the board. Thank you for letting me address the board tonight. Educating all students to reach their highest potential and educating students to succeed in tomorrow's world are the primary goals of Broward schools and Dade schools as well. Part of the goal is to help the child who comes into kindergarten develop into his or her potential educationally and socially. Most students are socialized and reach their potential, but sadly some are left behind, isolated and feeling that they don't fit in to the clique, to the club, or to the team. For those on the outside, it's very difficult and painful and a lonely adjustment both physically and emotionally. To those excluded, we have seen the terrible consequences that have occurred, not only here but nationwide in Dade County as well. Every proactive approach by the board, specifically by the Student Services Department, should be supported and encouraged. This has not happened to date. There's only 53, and I repeat, 53 additional personnel have been hired to help students who are struggling with horrific events, deaths, divorces, parental abuse, and social ostracism by their peers. Only 4 nurses, 11 family therapists, 10 guidance counselors, 5 school psychologists, 13 social workers, and 10 behavioral specialists, and only 3 employee assistance personnel to help teachers and others who are struggling with PTSD. It's not a once and done affair. It ripples through the school system. Every time there's a drill, a safety drill in Dade and Broward County, kids are huddling under the desks or in the safe room, shivering. So it goes on and on. With 271,000 students, K through 12, another 175 students, adult ed. This is woefully insufficient, not enough, not even close. Last year, 500 mental health professionals, including myself, offered to help pro bono for nothing after MSD, and the school board attorney killed that idea, stating liability issues. What was told to me by Mrs. Valbrun Pope, executive director of the Student Services Initiative at that time, that the students graduating from Audrey Stoneman Douglas within the 3 months by June would be identified, and the schools to which they would be attending in the fall would be notified they might be suffering from PTSD. I was outraged that the school board had suggested that these kids should be labeled, in essence, as damaged goods. That's unethical, unprofessional, and unconscionable. In conclusion, the board must be proactive and hire mental health personnel to work directly with students, a ratio of 700 students per counselor Doesn't even come close. This is not a once-and-done situation.
Thank you,
Kids
Mr.
are still
Milstein.
scared, and the schools, and so are teachers.
Thank you very much.
More has to be done.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Robin Rothman. Robin Rothman? Yes, I see her.
Hello to everyone. My name is Robin Rothman. I'm a BTU steward at Bear Middle School. I love my work. Believe it or not, I love my kids. I have 112 middle school kids that come to me 5 days a week. So my job is not just to teach science. My job is to be happy. My job is to be a negotiator, a peacemaker, a cop, a mom, a dad, a parent. That's my job. And science is my passion. The rest of it just has to get done. I think that when you came to the negotiating table, and I get to be one of the people who is on the BTU negotiating team, when you came to the negotiating table with the horrible, disrespectful, disengaged nonsense, you maybe didn't understand what that meant. And so I'm in my 15th year of teaching. The proposal that you made was for either a $500 or $1,000 raise. This is why I believe we had to turn it down. To maintain my current level of safety in my life, to have the same insurance policy I had this year and last year. Oh wait, last year, all of the deductibles went up, all of the doctor's office visits went up, almost all of my medications went up. But to make this palatable, you came up with some knuckleheaded decision that there was to be a $1,920 raise in the cost of my insurance. So with a $500 raise, I'm $1,420 in the hole. So to keep my job, I need to promise to take a loss. My daughter goes to Broward College to learn to become she can't decide, chemistry or biology teacher in high school. It's a wonderful program. I believe that the district worked with Broward College to create that program. Do you know how many students are in it? 8. This is a horrible place to work. Once you have your heart in it, you work it. It's a horrible place to work. The new teachers coming in have no security whatsoever. They have no safety net. They have no caring from their administrators. I have an administrator who doesn't know how to manage people. Manage me, I'll give you 100%. Disrespect me, and maybe you'll get 50 or 75. And so the disrespect is huge. So what I do, I close my door and teach, and I save all my good stuff for the kids. And when I get grief from my administration, whether it's anti-Semitism or racism or no money or lousy attitudes or mean people, I close my door and teach. Pay me.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Liliana Ruido. For the record, it's Liliana Ruido.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Ramsey and board members. My name is Liliana Ruido, and I am a teacher. First thing that I want to bring up to your attention is that you have promised the pre-K teachers for the best and brightest, and yet they have not received it. I am disheartened and beaten down by your continued lack of encouragement and respect for your employees. How gullible do you think we are? After years of no respect or support, do you think we believe the hollow and misleading messages that you send us throughout the email? You fail to encourage and to recognize us. And we are educators, and not only educators. You know that we go beyond and above in our daily duties. Year after year, you tell us that you appreciate us, but your actions don't match your words. Again this year, it is more than the same thing that you tell us over and over. How many other professions have the same impact on children as educators? In what other jobs are employees expected to dip into their own pocket so their students can learn or even eat? I am a kindergarten teacher, and I do that on a daily basis. Yet, we get no real recognition of your personal and our personal sacrifices. We are more than educators. We are the caring adults who spend our time outside of the classroom agonizing over of how to provide to every one of our students with the learning experience they deserve. We are our students' best hope. And for that, our reward is an insulting salary increase of 2%. And I ask you, really? Come on. Wake up, Mr. Ramsey and board members. We are tired. We are beaten down. We are close to the edge. We are in crisis, and it is the crisis of your own making. Stop talking and start doing. Stop sending dishonest messages pretending that you care about the teachers and your employees. Listen to your employees, and the message we are sending is loud and clear. Give us the respect that we deserve, and give us at least 4% of a raise. Danos por lo menos un 4% de aumento de sueldo. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Brenda Samaniego. Brenda Samaniego. Brenda Samaniego. Thank you. No? Okay, thank you. The next public speaker is Emily Wiskoff. I'm going to assume she's here.
My name is Emily Wiskoff. I am a Florida State certified teacher. I held certifications in elementary K through 5, pre-K, primary, ESE K through 12, and I am also ESOL endorsed. I have worked for Broward County Public Schools for the last 11 years. I have the state standards posted alongside my students' work, in my lesson plans, on my board configuration. I follow a set curriculum, I collect data, I administer assessments, I abide by all the same regulations and requirements as every other teacher in my building. I adhere to Marzano's domains. I'm evaluated via eye observation like all the K-5 teachers in my school. I'm currently assigned to a preschool classroom. Therefore, the state does not consider me a classroom teacher. The state has yet to tell us what our actual role in school is, just that we're not teachers. Teachers assigned to a preschool class cannot apply for drop extension. We are excluded from Best and Brightest, as well as teacher loan forgiveness, and more that teachers in K-12 have access to. Broward County services over 7,000 preschool-age children in our public schools right now, today, and are led by approximately 500 teachers. The 3 to 5-year-olds that we service in our various models of VPK, Head Start, and preschool ESC help build a strong foundation for improved communication, motor, adaptive, social, as well as academic skills that will help them through their schooling and well into their adult life. Research has shown time and again that early childhood education is beneficial, especially the lasting relationships that are built with teachers by both students and parents. I don't think anyone sitting right up there can refute that. So why is it that our own county's actions reinforce the state's lack of knowledge or care about what we actually do? Our preschool population grows every year, and we need to retain and recruit strong educators to work in these vital programs. This year, we were sent an email from Broward Teacher Evaluations in December relaying our effective or highly effective status for Best and Brightest. We felt at the time that our county was finally supporting us. We were angered and disheartened to find out during spring break that we were excluded yet again. We were shown audits that other counties received, as if that was proof why we shouldn't get it. The statute that the auditor, Cheryl Norman, claims describes us in 1002.51, says pre-kindergarten instructor in a 402.302, which is not public school, in a voluntary pre-kindergarten education program. That is not what I do. That is not how my classroom is funded. I'm a preschool ESE classroom, as are many of the people that are out there, and the VPK in the public school is not the same as a VPK in a private school. There is different funding sources, and we should not all be lumped into the same category. What has our county done to rectify this error? What have you done to reach out to this person and say, I'm sorry, mistake, that's not exactly what these people are. Please don't count them like that. Please let them be included. If you care about the children that are in our classes, then you need to value the teachers that are in these classrooms. This is a call to action for our Broward County School Board to please think about giving us the money that we deserve. We have other funding sources.
The 10th public speaker, if he's here, will be Jay Rudolph. Thank you. No? Okay. Kenneth Preston? Kenneth Preston? Not here? No. Okay. Simone Bonspile? And Simone is our 10th speaker for today. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Simone Bonspiel. I also teach pre-K at a public school. And pretty sad to know that I didn't get the bonus, just like every pre-K teacher. I know that Miami-Dade, Palm Beach County were able to get discretionary funds and pay the teachers, not the state fund, but they got district funds to pay their teacher. And I really would like to ask Broward to do the same, because that's only fair for the pre-K teachers that teach the public school education. And that's it. I stand with preschool, public school, and I fight for our rights, equality. That's all.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just want to say a few words to our teachers, everyone that has come here today. One, I just want to let you know that it's absolutely our intent to work with President Fusco, and we will get a deal done as quickly as possible. You deserve nothing less. I know this has gone on far too long for many of you. It's going on far too long for the board. You know, we're trying to balance out a very challenging situation, a situation where we received 47 cents as a student increase from the state, which resulted in the board doing cuts immediately to central office. We initially cut somewhere around $16 million. We made additional cuts. We put about 80 positions so far on a hiring freeze where we have not filled those. because we're doing everything we can to make sure we protect our schools. We're not using the state as an excuse, but it's a reality that we deal with. Yes, we did go out for a bond referendum to ensure that we could be able to offer teachers something reasonable for the 2019-2020 school year. We're absolutely going to do that. We're challenged to figure out what we will do this year, but I can assure you we've heard you, and we're going to do what we can to do the best we can by you. You have a huge advocate and a strong fighter in President Fusco. I respect her. We enjoy working with her, and we'll make things happen as soon as we possibly can. You know, I heard someone today talk about the situation where they would get a salary increase, but because of the insurance increase, you would actually end up in a negative situation. Well, I can tell you on behalf of this board that whatever we do, no teacher should end up in that situation. You know, that's a commitment you have from us, and we're going to work to make sure that we balance all the challenges out that we have, because I know you're facing increasing challenges each and every day, that you have to get up and step into our schools. I understand the challenges you have and what teachers are going through, not just here in Broward, but on a national level, and that's going to have to change. And we'll do what we can here to show you clearly the respect that you deserve, and the best that we can to thank you for the service, the love and the commitment you provide to our children each and every day. Again, apologize that it has taken as long as it has, but I think we're getting very close to a point where we should be able to work out an arrangement and a deal that is in the best interest of our teachers and the rest of our employees. So thank you for coming today. We hear you, we understand the sense of urgency around getting this done, and we will make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. And on behalf of the board, I would like to say thank you all for being here this evening to express your concerns, whether you spoke or not. We see your presence here in the room. We've seen your emails. We've heard your phone calls. And we appreciate the work that you do. And as Mr. Runcie indicated, we are anxious for these negotiations to move forward. So thank you again for being here this evening. And the scheduled order of business for the school board operational meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting. Thank you. Good evening.